Well, a very good morning and welcome once again to our live stream coverage of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. And as you can see, the action just underway here on our main pitch, RE1, and this is a Pool A match between King's College Wimbledon and Cathedral School. And it looks like we might have our first score of the day on the main pitch. King's College Wimbledon. Boys who haven't had to travel too far, that's fair to say, getting the first score of the day. So successful conversion, and King's College Wimbledon get the restart. It's not easily gathered by Cathedral School, so that one's just bobbled into touch. Hazy sunshine down in southwest London this morning. My name is Nick Heath and you're very welcome joining our live coverage. We're going to be here all day. We'll be joined by former England Sevens captain Chris Cracknell. He'll be here in the commentary box very soon. And today is all about the festival competition and the concluding elements to the Colts competition. Very much looking forward to the closing stages of that, and it looks like King's College Wimbledon might be getting through again. It is indeed try number 2 for them. Getting over for the score, and well, at this time of the day it's also about who is the more alert. Early start, plenty of the teams having their little meetings and final team talks as I was just walking over to get in position for today's coverage. (12-0) King's College Wimbledon in the lead in this one. We've got 7 games from the festival for you in this morning's session, and then from lunchtime from 1 o'clock it's the Colts competition. We will have a bit of a knockout couple of rounds in the festival at 4 o'clock before the Colts final at 4:40. That's how the day is shaping up here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Cathedral School looking to try and chip their way out of their own half, but in fact they've left themselves exposed and it's going to be an easy run-in. We mentioned several times yesterday how important it is for teams to keep ball in hand to avoid them being exposed, and Cathedral learning that lesson pretty early on. (19-0) the score. As the restart, it's deep and goes into touch, so that's going to continue to put more pressure on Cathedral School. Cathedral with some work to do, trailing as they are by 19 points to 0. King's College Wimbledon well in control of this one in the early stages. King's College Wimbledon, the top seeds in Group A. One of a number of schools that could do damage in this competition, each group looking like it contains a threat. Games going on adjacent pitches. Canford head Group B, they could well go far. Well, Group C could be pretty interesting. Both Kings, Macclesfield and Dauntsey's well placed to go far, while Prior Park could yet prove to be a thorn in the side. Not letting up on the try count, Wimbledon. 26-0 now. Cathedral with possession. Can they get out of their own half? King's College Wimbledon just shepherding them across the field, not panicking. Plenty of time. Cathedral holding on to possession a little longer here. Got to look after the ball now. Then there's a chance to break through the middle, and that's what they were looking for. And this man, who is well tackled by the last line of defence, and he's tried to pop the ball up, but King's College have done well to snaffle it. Now the race is on for the corner. Is it going to sit up? Is the try given? I think the referee's saying it's been knocked on. King's College searching for try number 5 before the half-time break. Cathedral getting the penalty on their own line. Looking to go around the outside. This man's got some real pace, so they're going to get a chance to get away. He's turning the last defender inside and out, but he's got the pace to try and go with him. Support runner's going to need to be there. He's just overrun, in fact, his support. And it's turnover to Kings. Got room on the outside. Cutting back into where the traffic is, but then trying to create the extra man. Is that number 5 going to get all the way? He is. He's over the try line and dots it down behind that left hand upright. Conversion is good. And one-way traffic, really, in that first half. King's College Wimbledon well in control of our first game of the afternoon, leading as they do over Cathedral School by 33 points to 0 at half-time. So second half getting underway in this, our opening match of the day in the festival competition. King's College Wimbledon hoping to pick up where they left off from that first half, and they're cutting through the middle now, and it's going to be a race for the try line. Tackler is putting the pressure on. He's got a support runner though, and those support runners so key in the game of rugby sevens. And King's College just taking a little time to dot that one down, which he finally does. The conversion attempt to come. It's successful and takes Kings up to the 40-point mark. So scrum in the middle of the park for King's College Wimbledon. Hoping to make the most of this opportunity. It's a one-on-one opportunity, and well, the defence from Cathedral School just being undone too easily. And King's College are through. It's try number 7. And they're really putting Cathedral School to the sword here. Conversion goes begging, but 45-0 is the score. Good take from Cathedral, good high ball, needs support, he's found it. Cathedral get going down the left side. Haven't managed to get an awful lot of continuity going in this game. And now it's turnover for King's College Wimbledon. Can the local boys break through again? Oh, well, that's real bravery in the challenge with the man in possession. He's gone, I can see 2 of you and I'm going to take you on. He's done just that. And he's going to score his side's 8th try of this contest. They've been blown away, Cathedral. No doubt about it. They crossed the 50-point mark, 52-0. King's College Wimbledon in Pool A, looking like the tag of favourites that they are. King's College with possession again. It's going to be another score for the top seeds in this pool. Cathedral won't be enjoying this particularly. Could be one of the highest scores we've seen so far this week. Game's not up yet. Conversion is hanging. I think it's good. Yeah. 59-0. That is a pretty brutal scoreline to be on the receiving end of. Can Cathedral break through and get a consolation score? They've got some men with pace. We've seen that, but they've just kicked possession away, handing it back to the team that have got the real get-go. And they're going to get going into the corner, are they? Oh, well, he might have been dragged into touch there. Don't seem to have someone marshalling that touchline over on the far side. Might have just caused himself an injury, the Cathedral player there in the tackle. Will be Cathedral School's ball, but I think that young man's just going to get a little bit of attention. Taking a knock to his right leg there by the looks of things. Key defensive line out. It's a good jump, but it's been won by King's College Wimbledon, and well, given the game so far, you can only imagine one thing's going to happen here. It's a good tackle from Cathedral, but there you go. Creating the extra man just too easy for the side who are well in control. 10 tries. Five in each half. And Cathedral are out on their feet out there, bless them. Oh, a conversion attempt is just off the upright. Referee does Cathedral a favour, really. The final whistle goes. That won't be the start to the day that they've enjoyed, but King's College Wimbledon, a real statement of intent. 10 tries, a win by 64 points to 0. And that is the festival competition here on pitch RE1, well and truly opened in impressive style. And we have our next game coming up in just a moment, and that'll be between Prior Park and Mount Kelly. So do stay with us for our next game here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. So we're here for our second game of the day on pitch RE1, and I'm delighted to say that joining us in the commentary box once again to continue our live stream coverage is former England Sevens captain Chris Cracknell. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Nick. How are you this morning?
Very good, thank you, very good.
A bright sunny day here in southwest London, and hopefully some more exciting rugby like we've had the last 2 days.
Once again, we had a couple of little hailstorms and showers yesterday. We're hoping they might stay away today. Do come and join us down just off the A3 in Wimbledon. Glorious start to the day. And this is our second game. This is a Pool C match in the festival competition. The festival, just to give you an idea, is an under-18s competition. More of the traditional part of the Rosslyn Park Sevens. And this game, going from left to right in your picture, in the blue stripes is Prior Park. They are from Bath in the West Country, but even further west than them, Mount Kelly playing in the black and white. And these two teams battling it out in Pool C. Both Kings, Macclesfield and Dauntsey's are well placed to go far in that pool, but well, Prior Park could yet prove a thorn in the side, so these two sides will have to be on their mettle to compete with Dauntsey's and Kings Macclesfield. Will be a fascinating afternoon. Festival, of course, in its first rounds today. Later on, from lunchtime this afternoon, we've got the knockout stages of the Colts competition, and that will conclude in the final at 20-5. But we are scoreless in this second game, following that absolute thumping that King's College Wimbledon have given to Cathedral School, 64 points to 0. Prior Park looking to try and break down the right-hand side there. And it looks like Prior Park are going to open the scoring. Good move and support lines down the right-hand side. And the blue stripes are the first on the scoreboard.
Prior Park certainly going the more unconventional way there with sevens and not using the open side of the field, but great break down the short side, you're right there, Nick, and great support lines, which we've talked a lot about over the last couple of days. And as this tournament evolves and we get more senior guys coming in, it'll be interesting to see how that develops with the senior guys being a bit more astute in the game of sevens and how the support lines unfold and this tournament moving forward. So the conversion didn't quite make it, just faded across the front there, but Prior Park with the lead by 5 points to 0. What have Mount Kelly got in reply? Mount Kelly, independent school from Devon. Tavistock is where they're based. And if you're watching from either of those schools, or you know someone in this game or any of the games taking place today, then we do encourage you to interact with us. Send us your messages. We'll do our best to look across those and give any shout outs you want. It's hashtag RPNS7sLive. RPNS7sLive. If you get onto the Twitter account for the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, that is at RPNS7, and you can see the hashtag RPNS7sLive there. Or you can tweet me directly at Rugby Media, and Chris Cracknell at Chris Cracknell next to me, for what should be another great day's competition. We saw the conclusions of the junior and the prep competitions yesterday, and well, the junior final was perhaps a little one-sided, but the prep was a much tighter affair. Caldecott coming out on top of that one. Who will be the champions crowned in the Colts competition later, and which of these festival sides can impress? It's quite an attritional battle out there, just the one score in these opening few minutes. Prior Park with possession once more. They've got a 2-on-1 here if they can use it, if they can draw the man. He's done his best to try and drift across and rely on his inside men, but some good mazy running from Prior Park and brilliant individual skill. Almost ice skating style as it managed to scythe his way through there. And that's Prior Park's second score, with the conversion to come.
The obvious two differences between the sides there is their support lines. Prior Park, fantastic Maisie running, and people on his shoulder looking to offload, obviously keeping the defensive stretch. In contrast to that, Mount Kelly made a fantastic individual break, but as we've seen over the last 2 days, the teams that can make these individual breaks don't necessarily succeed. It's about the support and all other six other players on the field supporting that man to continue the continuity of play.
Oh, thanks, Chris. The conversion just going wide, so 10-0 the score. Mount Kelly can get their way back into this one. Benefit of sevens, it is played on a full pitch. There's no change of pitch size in this format of the game, so it presents plenty of space for teams to run into, try and drag their opposition defence around and open up the holes. Oh, and there is a hole, and Prior Park nips straight through it for try number 3. Satisfying score. Little bit of individual brilliance, and 17-0 with the conversion. Coming up after this one, our Pool E game, Clifton College against Stamford. Following that, we'll see a bit more of King's College Wimbledon, so impressive in that first game against Wrekin College. Coming up then at 11:40, Prior Park against Dauntsies. 12 o'clock Clifton against Barry Comprehensive, and 12:20 Cathedral School against St Columba's. Prior Park really doing well to strongly hold on to possession. And now they've got runners on the shoulder. Oh, that's a huge hit, though, from Mount Kelly. Brilliant defence from them. Took man and ball, stopped the offload getting away. But Prior Park have held on to possession well. 2 in the tackle there. Then he picks and goes from the bottom of that ruck. Then a bit of a supportive pass on the outside as Mount Kelly turn it over, and they put boot to ball. And as we've seen so often this week, that's just handing possession back to their opposition. Prior Park. Patient there, not trying to pick that ball up too quickly. But was there a little nudge forward? There was. Well, I was just going to say he was patient in not rushing to pick it up. Well, here's that big hit. That's what we like to see. Not seen quite enough of that this week for my liking. So half-time then, 17 points to 0. Prior Park with the lead over Mount Kelly. 7 minutes of this one to come. Mount Kelly will desperately be hoping they can get their way back into this one. 17-0. Second half back underway then. Prior Park in possession. Restart from Mount Kelly. They'd have loved to have got possession from the start themselves. Oh dear, and that's poor hands. Pryor Park happy to profit on that loose ball, and they get a penalty. They won't hang around with this, and away they go. Well, didn't really look before he made the pass there, and in fact they've wasted that penalty opportunity with the loose pass, and then, well, I'd say poor hands, but it was thrown at his ankle, so didn't stand much of a chance.
Not often you see kicked away possession come up to the good there, but I think the Mount Kelly lad, they've had such little possession in the first half, probably a little bit over anxious to do something and potentially thinking more about what he was going to do rather than collecting the ball in the first place. But Pryor Park certainly seem to be on top in this fixture.
Well, here go Mount Kelly. There's a gap through the middle there if they can send him through it. Hurls the ball out to the left-hand side. They're playing a little bit of football there, but I think one of the men might have been in front there. Well, it's been given as a knock-on, I think. Or is it the penalty? I think it is. It was knocked forward, but the man in front in an offside position, so what would have been a knock-on becomes a straight-arm penalty. Pryor Park. Tap and go. Little switch. Looking to try and make some room on the outside, and he goes into fifth gear. There was an extra little step there, and he stepped the last man as well, and that's wonderful individual skill. 22 points to nil. Pryor Park in charge of this one, but some really tasty footwork from the young man over on the far side. Conversion to come, but Pryor Park starting the second half as they started the first half. Mount Kelly unable to get into this one so far. Interesting to see what sort of threat Pryor Park, or what sort of battle they can put up against the likes of King's College, perhaps, should they meet them. (22-0). Pryor Park. Of course, in sevens, the team that scores restarts to hand possession over. As we've seen a lot so far this week, though, the team that then receives it from the kickoff can then be put under an awful lot of pressure if the defensive line from the team that kicked off is strong. I did well not to throw possession away too hastily, but the player inside him couldn't hold on to it.
Just half a chance there for Mount Kelly. Pryor Park are adopting the kick long technique when it comes to the restart and trying to pressurise Mount Kelly into the corner. Mount Kelly, fortunate to make the break there. They're just not quite, things aren't quite sort of coming together for them at the moment. The offloads aren't sticking. Support play is not quite close enough to allow that as well. So, for them to work through the rest of the day, they've got to make sure they pick up their support lines and get closer to the ball and the man who's got the ball in attack.
Well, we've seen this man step the team once, and he's actually managed to fend away two defenders there and get over once again. Fifth try for Pryor Park. Well in control of this. If you're thinking of coming down and joining us here, then you'd be very welcome to do so. Around 8,000 spectators expected over the course of this week. 7,500 competitors as well. There's the conversion attempt. Not bad, but it's just drifted wide of the right-hand upright. So 27-0 is the lead in this one. This live stream being brought to you in association with Serious Stuff, one of the partners of the HSBC Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens, the largest schools tournament in the world. Oh, and there are just the basic errors creeping in from Mount Kelly. Should have held a pass like that, shouldn't he, Chris?
He most certainly should have if they want to get some continuity going. They've got to start building now and thinking about the next game. I know it's hard when you're caught up in the focus of the match in hand, but you know, Mount Kelly really needs to start pulling things together, putting little parts of the game together like that, and unfortunately the little knock-ons and everything's not going their way. Their confidence will continue to take a knock, and that's going to possibly have an effect going into their later rounds and their later fixture of this tournament.
Pryor Park, they got another chance to strike. They're not far out. Mount Kelly with the tackle. They've got to try and not send two in on each tackle. Pryor Park trying to step around the challenge. They're going to go wide to this left-hand side. Couple of defences there. They've got to be careful of not opening up a gap in midfield, Mount Kelly. And are they going to try and get that ball wide? Oh, now then, that was a big tackle, but it was dangerous. Just turned him. The player who hit the deck was able to do just enough to stop himself falling too dangerously. But
a bit of frustration creeping in there. I think Pryor Park are starting to move the ball around and starting to run individually. They're not actually playing as a team, so this fixture is actually starting to do them a little bit of a detriment here. Mount Kelly lads just getting a little bit frustrated and heated in the fact that they've not really been able to take any form of hold on this game.
Well, the player has been shown a yellow card.
Slightly lenient, if you ask me. I think that would it would have been a red in any other referees' books.
Yes, it was dangerous. Mount Kelly having to tidy up ball in their own in-goal area, and they carried it in, touching it down, so it will be a 5-metre scrum to Pryor Park. And well, I'd imagine Mount Kelly, a little how Cathedral School were feeling in the first game, will be relatively pleased when that final whistle goes.
But the beauty of sevens is they live to fight another day, and there will be another fixture for them later on. So, you know, they've got to park this game as soon as the game's over, look at the good things and start working on the positives, as we see Pryor Park running another try here. They really have taken dominance of this fixture. Fantastic defensive display by them as well. They've run in a lot of tries, but also, as we saw there prior to that try, putting the pressure on and really turning that defence into attack once they get the ball in hands.
Conversion goes wide. Of course, they did have the numerical advantage with the yellow card as well. And £32 points to 0, Pryor Park with the lead. Now then, what's gone on from the restart there? Pryor Park with it. Loose ball on the floor. And they know that they're isolated around this side. 7 against 6. It's becoming too easy for Pryor Park now.
One, two, 1-2.
Conversion attempt hangs and goes past the right hand upright, but it's a comprehensive job done by Pryor Park. As we said before, there could be some other teams in this Pool C as we just review that last score. Could be other teams in this pool that look to do the business, the likes of Kings, Macclesfield and Dauncey, but Pryor Park making a decent statement in Pool C themselves there with a 32 points to 0 victory over Mount Kelly. It could be a long old afternoon for Mount Kelly if they've got tougher opposition to face after this one. And delighted to say that we can have a word with one of the Pryor Park players, who is with Chris Cracknell, pitchside.
Kieran, congratulations on your victory there. What are you going to take from that game moving into your following fixtures this afternoon?
I think we just showed when we're patient on the ball, we create things like that. Don't force it, have that pull-out option. Don't take too much contact. We're not the biggest team, but we've got a lot of pace. So that's, I think, our option. Create space, get it wide.
Well, congratulations and good luck with the rest of the games.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
That wouldn't work.
So a bit of post-match reaction from Pryor Park there. Great victory for them. The next match will be a Pool E game. Our 11 o'clock match, Clifton College against Stamford. That match with you in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. So our third game of the day kicks off then. Stamford in the maroon and white, kicking off towards Clifton College in the sky blue and the white. Or in fact the two shades of blue, looking at this kit rather than my notes. Clifton with the ball in their own 22. Now then, he's running a long way across the field here, but he backs his pace, and look at him go. This is a real foot race, but he has got some real wheels there. Goodness me, he's able to draw to a gentle trot to get that ball in, but that was quite something from under his own posts. It was a 40-metre run wide before he decided to come down the field, but what a score that was to get Clifton on the scoreboard.
Well, that's what we love to see about Sevens, the open space and the open free running of these young men out here on RE1. What was also good to see was the two supporting lines that you had of guys tracking up the middle of the park. Ben Gollings and Waisali Serevi, the two greats of the game. They used to always run those tracking lines nicely up the middle of the park, and it's good to see that from Clifton College there, just supporting their man regardless of whether he's made it all the way to the line or not.
Certainly is, and well, he managed to miss the conversion on that one though, so just 5 points on the board. Got a message from Ed Howard on hashtag RPNS7s Live. Good luck to all the Canford boys in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Look forward to seeing them in the Colts knockout stages. We'll be covering those matches from 1 o'clock. Now then, first chance to really see Stamford with ball in hand. They've got some big units out there. Of course, at the elite level, 7s and 15s over the last few years has really existed as two different disciplines. Of course, many of these schools will have 15s players playing the game of rugby sevens. Advantage being played to Stamford, but it hasn't come from the knock-on. So it'll be a scrum down to the boys in red. Five points to nil. Clifton College with the lead. We'll have another chance to see King's College Wimbledon in the game after this one, up against Wrekin College. Be interesting to see after that how Prior Park get on against one of the favourites in Pool C, Dauntsies. But Stamford just passing the ball around, playing patiently. Ball's gone backwards, says the referee. There's nothing wrong with that. Stamford trying to get 2 in on the tackle so that they can recycle quickly and play the numbers game when they go out wide. But oh, that's superbly wrestled from Clifton in that tackle challenge, and now they've got to try and find it to one of their pace men to go around the outside. It's a little untidy. It's been knocked forward by Stamford. Advantage being played. 3 on 2 here. This man loves to just run it around players. He's going again, and he's done it. He doesn't need the support outside when he's got that sort of gas, and gets a touchdown. Be interesting to see if that man is challenged in the tackle once more, whether he does choose to offload to the men outside. It's obviously great to have an asset like that in your team, but got to also look for support when it's needed.
I think we've seen him make a few errors trying to back himself to go around the outside. That time it came off for him, but you know, defence being the key again here. Clifton's defence putting pressure on, not really allowing Stamford any room to make any ground up the park, and they just need to make sure they keep that up. Clifton is certainly a fantastic defensive display so far, which is allowing them to have the win in this arm wrestle.
Well, the pass to get that ball away leading up to that try was one of the real delights of that move, as we see on the replay. Now then, little out the back door pass during the tackle. Great offload to set the man on his way for the score. Great height on the conversion, incidentally, but it didn't go through the uprights. So Clifton with a 10-0 advantage. Plenty of time for Stamford left in this one. Still in the first half here. Good tackle from Stamford. Then got the men ready in defence, but this man's got the pace. We know that. Throws it back inside a bit carelessly, and then Stamford, well, they haven't had a lot of ball and they're throwing it away quite carelessly in the passes. That one's stuck. Clifton, good defensive line at the moment. It's the big Stamford number 6 goes in. Well, Clifton number 8 there was doing the old innocent hands up referee. I'm not in the way, even though he clearly was in the way. Stamford look after the ball a little better now, but they've got that 6-1 defence that we've heard Chris Cracknell talk about. Clifton, they've got a man dropping back.
Great width in their defence as well. They're not getting suckered into the breakdown which Stamford are trying to set. They're trying to set an offside line Stamford and then move the ball away from contact, and Clifton are finding an answer for everything that they throw at them at the moment.
And how much is that about the trust of your men as well defensively? You've got to know that the man inside you is going to nail his tackle, haven't you?
100%. A lot of coaches in the world of sevens, they talk about the connection and being connected either side with the defender either side you, and there's a lot of trust involved in that, and also keeping that parity and that spacing between you.
So Clifton going round the right hand side, getting the score. All 3 tries have been under the post so far, but we've yet to see one of them converted. Can he nail this third attempt? 15-0 the score, and he gets one. 17-0. Clifton looking pretty comfortable in this one, and the referee blows the half-time whistle. Clifton College 17, Stamford 0. Second half to come. So Clifton to get us restarted for this second half. Lovely warm sunshine down here in southwest London. Clifton starting with real aggression and pace, hoping to undo Stamford for a fourth time. Trying to break through the middle, but in trying to offload it, he's thrown it forward. Now then, what can Stamford do with this opportunity? Still advantage being played by the referee. They've got to try and create a gap for themselves, though. Oh, dear goodness. Skills just letting them down on the wing there, so they'll go back for the scrum.
Let's get back to our point at half-time about the defence. The width in Clifton's defence is really shutting everything down, every option down. They're so wide across the field and trusting that space either side of them that it's not allowing Stamford any room to make any form of break. So if Clifton can keep this up throughout the tournament, we're seeing a very, very strong defensive structure here that could see them and serve them well in throughout the rest of the tournament.
Stamford looking to try and create. You could see a bit of width in Stamford from that set-piece scrum that was looking useful to them, but then they seem to, once they've come away from a set-piece and it's looser, they're getting quite narrow. And with the wide defence that Clifton are setting up, it's just giving Stamford nowhere to go. And that is proving a problem for them. They're just not getting any go forward, really, in the face of this Clifton defence, as Chris Cracknell talks about. Another scrum. This time it'll be Clifton's ball. Ball out the back. Look to go down the short side, and the number 14's got a real bit of pace, but he is brought down. Ducked into the challenge. It was a little high, but he was going low. Referee happy to see play go on, and Stamford getting the turnover. Blue hands away, the call from the referee. Now then, have they got a chance to break through here? Tackle is made, and the ball released. Now then, could be a chance for Stamford. It's a slightly laborious offload. Referee's just blown the whistle. There's a ball on the pitch. Don't know if that's what that was for. There was a knock on there, according to the official. Or maybe we're just going to have a restart because of the ball on the field. Ball is there for Stamford. They break to the right. Ball just goes over the shoulder, and I mean, in this game it's also becoming clearer that it's some of the basic skills where these teams will excel against each other. Clifton's hands have been much more solid than what we've seen from Stamford in this game so far. They're getting a bit of a drive on there as Clifton did their best to try and hold that up and force the turnover. Referee's having a good look, but Clifton have turned it over anyway. What's the decision going to be? Well, scrum to Stamford.
That is one grey area of the game of sevens, is the ruck area, and it's a difficult time for referees to get things right. And it's such a magnifying glass. It's just a split second these things happen in sevens compared to 15s, and there I just feel the Clifton lads being hardly undone by a good first up tackle, and that second guy over the ball instantly. There is no error there in my eyes. I thought it was a fantastic bit of play at the breakdown.
Yes, I tend to agree with you. Now then, little chip and chase from Stamford. Is that going to work out for them? It's juggled back off a Clifton hand, and Stamford get their first score of the game. Chance of the conversion to add the 2 points, which he gets. So 17-7, given Clifton's dominance. Interesting that Stamford are only 2 scores away at this stage, just by getting that 1 try on the board. Don't know how much time there'll be for Stamford to get back into this. Doesn't take long to score a try in rugby sevens, though. But there's a penalty coming to Clifton. Couple of minutes left on the clock. It looks to me like he's going to pump this downfield. Well, that's an interesting decision, Mr. Cracknell.
I think maybe a bit of energy saving is what we're seeing there. You know, it's not a bad option in sevens, I don't think, to gain a bit of possession. I think if I was in Stamford shoes, I'd be using it rather than Clifton's. They seem to be a bit more open and free running and able to break down the opposition defence. But it's certainly not a bad option just to conserve a bit of energy for the latter rounds of the tournament.
Well, the line out, I was going to say very effective, but the referee not happy with it, and it's going to be a scrum to Stamford. They have to score off this, really, if they're going to mount a challenge to try and turn this game around. Can they get possession from the scrum? They can, although defence is there putting the pressure on, and it's broken loose. But thought the signal was for a knock on there. Referee then goes straight arm for penalty. Stamford, what can they do from this position? Well, they can throw a wild pass. Execution for Stamford letting them down, you sense in this one.
Precious on final sort of throws of the game. It was a good opportunity for them to really sort of show some width in their game, and they've been quite tight in the first sort of 13-14 minutes of this game, and it's a shame there that really didn't come off for them to see them get into the game a little bit more.
Clifton decide that the best thing is to boot the ball out, having established that time was up. 17 points to 7 then, the result in this one. Clifton more comfortable than perhaps that scoreline suggests, and they'll be pleased to bag that win in this Pool E match. Next game up, we'll be back to Pool A. We saw King's College Wimbledon absolutely destroy Cathedral in the opening game of the day, 64 points to 0. It'll be interesting to see what they can do against Wrekin College and what threat Wrekin can pose that game. The next one up here on RE1 at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. So this next game up, King's College Wimbledon against Wrekin. Let's get that pronunciation right. Well corrected, and I was reflecting on it myself. I didn't think that could be quite right. So apologies to Wrekin College. But they will now face King's College Wimbledon, who get us started in this, our 4th live match of the day. In Pool A, this one. Wrekin just patiently under their own posts, trying to create the extra man. Wrekin really under pressure on their own line. It's good work from King's College in terms of their defensive shape. Wrekin then decide to try and suck in some of those defenders by creating the maul, and that's not been a bad strategy. And now they make a little half break up to the 22. Decide to put boot to ball, and they send the winger steaming after it. But now King's College with possession. And is he going to try and go around the outside? As this kick proved to undo the good work of Wrekin? Tackler comes across, he's not managed to make it. And King's College Wimbledon get in for the first score. And maybe it's a first time for Chris Cracknell to remind us what he thinks about kicking in open play.
Yeah, you're not wrong, you're not wrong. I despise kicking in open play. I think Wrekin College here, they just looking a little bit side to side, lacklustre, trying to play the old school sort of version of pull-out sevens, which with the defence that Wimbledon have put on them there, just taking the space every time they make a pass. They need to set the offside line. They did the right thing, but then they need to move the ball into space, move the ball out wide, and definitely not kick it away to what is clearly a potent and fast-running Wimbledon attack.
Kick-off from King's College Wimbledon. Wrekin again. They won't enjoy these long restarts that Wimbledon keep giving them, because it's giving them a lot of work to do. But that's a good little step from Wrekin. And they're away down the right, and the chase is on. Oh, and a try scorer from the first game. Sorry, first try. Gives chase and stops the Wrekin break. It's turnover. And here go Kings. Room to the right. Runner just cut inside to create the switch, but in doing so, it slowed things down. And there might be an advantage, yes. The scrum will be for Wrekin. And it's a much better area of the field for them now that they've got into King's territory. We didn't see much of that from Cathedral in their match, and it'll be interesting to see how Kings cope with the pressure.
Well, it's good to see Kings being put under some pressure. As I turned up this morning, I saw them running riot. So fantastic to see Wrekin obviously going forward and really trying to attack with space and not just playing that side-to-side rugby again. They've got a gas man there. They need to make sure they utilise him and conserve space for him intelligently when they get the ball in attack again.
Well, ball was loose at the back of the scrum, and King's College did well to come round and cause Wrekin all sorts of problems. Scrum half controlling it with his feet and then feeding his back line, who were trying to get away. Wrekin just staying with them, defensively speaking. King's College Wimbledon get possession from the line, but there was a forward pass, referee right on the spot, able to call that. And this another good opportunity for Wrekin. Wrekin trying to make the most of possession from the set piece. Kings are so good defensively, it just always tends to look like they've got one extra man. Difficult to open up. Wrekin almost doing so here. They were going across the field though there, where the space had opened up through the middle, but they look like they might get a try. They're in at the corner. Conversion's not going to be easy, but that gets them on the scoreboard. And Wrekin, school from Telford, Oh, now then. Referee's not given it. Sorry, my apologies. Thought his arm went up there, but perhaps a penalty was the decision. And it's given King's College a chance to clear their lines.
It's good to see Wrekin's different style of attack there. They're trying to power through the middle now and then look to move the offload, move the ball wide through the offload. Sorry, it's good to see a bit of diversity in attack, and they're definitely sticking with King's Wimbledon here. It's good to see.
Well, Wrekin would have hoped they were in that corner, and now there's a chance down the short side. Wimbledon breaking, then the little switch. Offloads are coming, and the final offload is going to be the try-scoring pass for the number 11 from King's College Wimbledon, and he gets their second try. And this conversion,
that's what we're talking about with lines and running and lines of support there. The King's Wimbledon lads just keeping the ball alive, waiting for the defender to draw onto them once they've broken in behind, and then just shifting the point of attack. Shifting the point of attack immediately once the tackle's been made, and the runner there the ability to keep the ball alive. Great running rugby.
King's College Wimbledon 14, Wrekin 0. Restart didn't go the 10 metres, bobbles its way straight into touch, so Wrekin will have the free kick on the halfway line. Trying to find some space, but King's doing really well to try and get in there and cause all sorts of problems and force the turnover, which they've managed to do. Scrum half perhaps should have looked to his right there, though, where the line was. Eventually it comes that way. And there's the half break. One last defender to beat. Men inside and men outside. And real pace from that individual gets away for try number 3.
We talk about it again, we talk about that ability to work off the ball there from King's Wimbledon, and what you see in the picture when we were looking, what we're talking about there is 3 guys around the ball. So there's a guy with the ball, the guy nearest him, and another guy on the other side, and that enables anything to happen really. The ball can be kept alive through an offload, a pass. If the guy does take the tackle and take the contact and he's put to the ground, there's someone there immediately to clear the ruck out and win the ball, and thus keeping possession alive quickly and easily, then to move the point of attack to another area of the field. It's great to see such fantastic level of sevens at such a young age.
Those are the thoughts of Chris Cracknell, and we have a half-time score of King's College Wimbledon 21, Wrekin 0. So the top seeds in Pool A doing what we expect them to do. They put Cathedral School to the sword by 64 points to 0. They're 21-0 up against Wrekin here. And it's a penalty against the side from Telford. My apologies, it's a penalty to them. And here come Wrekin. It's messy in that breakdown, and in fact it's now a penalty to King's College Wimbledon. They look like they're just going to take this one down the touchline. It's got some really good airtime on it. It's just bounced before it's gone out. course, from the penalty, Kings will have the put in. Well, an interesting style of line out there. Kings man jumped into the air, waited then for the ball to be brought in. However it works, it is working for them. Little thought of a dart round the fringe.
To me, like a six-man driving line-up from 20 metres out. Maybe they're just trying to chance their arm in a few different plays for later on in the day, but I certainly haven't seen that on the sevens field for many a year, since South Africa used to race some really boring sevens back in 2008. So
they love a driving game, the Saffers, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But good breakdown work here, being seen in front of us and keeping the ball alive now.
Rikin tap and go. First tackle comes in, doesn't bring his man down, but does enough to force him to pass away. Couple of good steps from Rikin there. He's going to need support. You can see King's College Wimbledon just coming through the tackle area slowly enough to stop that offload getting away, and that's the cute little bits and pieces that keep teams in the position of an advantage in these sorts of games.
Well, they didn't panic when they were under the cosh. They were on the back foot there quite clearly, but they didn't panic. They bought their time and they chose the right breakdown to go into when they saw that Rikin's follow-up support wasn't around the ball. They got over the ball really well. Good low body height, ripped the ball out of the breakdown and then moved the point of attack again.
Nearly at the bottom of my cup of warm milk. Had some excellent hot chocolates here this week, but this one this morning just letting me down slightly, Chris, I'll be honest.
Real commentator problems, is that what, what you're saying?
First world commentator problems.
Hot chocolate in your hot...
It's more like a sort of gentle cup of Ovaltine, and I might just slip off for 40 winks if you're not careful.
My main concern at the moment is that cloud that's over to your left.
Yes, it's looking a little threatening, isn't it?
Your choice of drink this morning.
Yeah, well, we do have the cover if we need it, and we may need it as... the ball's just been fumbled forward by Kings. Rikin under pressure. Referee decides that he'll give Rikin the scrum rather than force them to play with that advantage and tire themselves out any further. Haven't had a score yet in this second half. 21-0, King's College Wimbledon with the lead at the break. And they hold that lead.
It's just starting to get a little bit scrappy. Rikin have been under the cosh for the first half, and now going in the second half, it's hopefully now they can get back into it with some astute play and attack. And unfortunately, again, Kings Park Wimbledon have turned the ball over.
Rikin have profited from a bit of a loose ball though, and it's now a race to the corner. He's still going. He's managed to avoid two of the tacklers. And Rikin do get a score. They thought they had one in the corner towards the end of that first half.
Well, unfortunately for Rikin, I think this game might be a bit too far gone, but that certainly shows the calibre of what they can do. And the young man there in the 15 shirt unfortunately doesn't make the conversion as well, but it's good to see them on the scoreboard, and they can start building now for the rest of the day ahead.
Yes, working in those patterns, creating those overlaps, whether you're down in a game or it's a game you're winning easily. It's about maintaining those shapes and continuing to go through the motions, because on tournaments such as this, there's another game round the corner, and all practice you can get to work positively and as a team is valuable in this sort of competition format. Kings nearly through with their nippy number 9 there. And they're trying to break through now. One last line of defence to beat. He's done him with his feet, and he's got other men to beat, and he looks like he might be into some more open space as the chase goes on. Kings go in there, scoop it back. But the ref spots a knock on. And Wrekin will have the scrum. Real defensive chase, but it paid off.
It's great to see them working hard to work back, but also the attack there. Fantastic individual display, but also the support flowing up the pitch. I've seen it many a time on a rugby sevens field where a guy makes an individual break and an individual effort and people just aren't with him on his shoulder to support. Unfortunately, the knock on breaking things down.
So King's College with that 64-0 lead, win over Cathedral School. Wrekin had a decent win themselves against St Columba's College by 41 points to 0. Those two games both played in the opening match this morning at 10:20. I have to say I worry slightly for St Columba's, because if Wrekin were able to beat them 41 points to 0, and with this score they'll be down 26 points to 5 against Kings. Well, Kings will be cruising through this group and they could put a hefty scoreline on St Columba's College. It's a good conversion. The final score then in this match: King's College Wimbledon 28, Wrekin 5. Wrekin will have been pleased to get onto that scoreboard, but we will find out a little bit more about how Pool A will figure. There'll be a final game at 12:20 between Cathedral School and St Columba's. King's College playing St Columba's at 2 o'clock. We won't have that one for you because by that stage we will be focused on the Colts competition. That's coming from 1 o'clock. We're down to the last 16, then the quarterfinals from 2 o'clock, semis from 3, and we'll have the final at 4:40 here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Next game up on this pitch, if you're following any of the coverage or if you're on the Schools 15 website, the In at the Side website, UR7s, or indeed the main site on rpns7.co.uk. If you're watching the schedule there, well, everything you're seeing today is from pitch RE1, and the next one up will be Prior Park against Dauntsies, and that promises to be a very interesting encounter. Dauntsies, one of the form sides, and we look forward to that game starting in just a moment. So I think we can get some post-match reaction from the King's College Wimbledon just as this game kicks off at the main field.
Hopefully see you later on. Cheers.
So our thanks to Harry for his thoughts post that match. We have our opening score in this one. Prior Park getting over. We have a conversion to come. This Pool C game, Dauntsies, who are playing in the black and white. Prior Park with the score. See if they can slot this conversion. It's a long way out. It's not a bad effort in terms of the style, and it's over. Well, that's an excellent conversion from a very wide angle. the very best that you'll see here. And Prior Park with the 7-point advantage over Dauntsey's. Just reminding you, of course, that earlier on today, Dauntsey's beat Duke of York's Royal Military School 24 points to 12. Prior Park, we had that game here on pitch RE1. That was a 37 points to 0 victory over Mount Kelly. So this will be a fascinating one. Two teams with victories so far who could well be in the running to go through from Pool C. And it's Prior Park who are first on the board. But here come Dauntsey's. Trying to get the tacklers out of the way, and they've got some room on the outside. Want to get it to the man with the wheels, and the chase is on, but he's going to get into the corner here. Dauntsey's onto the scoreboard, but conversion not a formality.
Well, I certainly think we're about to see one of the encounters of the day so far. Bit of a tussle coming up in front of us. I think Dauntsey's certainly looking like no slouches, and as we've seen from Prior Park earlier on, they certainly know their way around our Sevens Park as well. So exciting matchup coming up here.
Yes, certainly seems to be. 7 points to 5 then, that conversion not getting over. Clouds are just beginning to roll across Wimbledon Common. Rugby pitches as far as the eye can see here. It really is quite a sight. If you've got time to come down and join us, well, please do. Restart is made from Dauntsey's, and Prior Park opt to play it. Chance of a breakthrough from Prior Park. They've got some real wheels into that corner, and they're going to get away. That young man with real pace. The chase is on, but he gets under the posts for Prior Park's second score, and you think they're going to spend probably most of today working out how quickly they can get him the ball. (12-5), Prior Park with the lead. Prior Park with the restart then, leading 12 points to 5, sorry, 14 points to 5. Slotting that conversion. Dauntsey's got to try and create some room from their own line, and now they manage to do so. One little show and he's through the gap. He's got a player running inside and outside, opts to go inside. The man who gives the pass is there for support again. But there was a forward pass there.
It was good support play. Unfortunately, he's just in front of the man, not making it easy for him to make the pass there. But just one of those tracking lines from Dauntsey's. They're always around the ball, which is good to see. But just maybe need to be a little bit clever about the lines that they're picking, which we've seen from Prior Park and a few other teams across the last couple of days. Actually, tracking behind the ball is a better place to be rather than alongside sometimes.
Go ahead.
Ball is out. Prior Park with possession. Running hard at the outside man, and then there's the offload. Seen the pace from this young man once already, but he's scragged and bundled into touch that time. Parents wanting to be close to the action down there, but I think they got a little bit of a taste of the action down there. 14 points to 5. Prior Park with the lead over Dauntsey's, and this would be a good result for Prior Park. King's School, Macclesfield, the other team in Group C. Oh, that's an absolutely huge hit in the midfield. Brings a penalty to Dauntsey's.
And I'm not sure what the penalty was for, but he certainly should be awarded something. That's one of the best hits we've seen all week so far. Yeah. Fantastic defence.
Well, Dauncey's might break here. He might have thought he was away, but the cover tackler was able to do just enough. Now then, will this young man get there? No, he stopped 6 metres short. Gets back to his feet. He should have released the ball there, and, well, he may well throw the ball away, but he should have known better there. Prior Park with under plenty of pressure, but Dauncey's managed to get hold of that. Dauncey's still with it. Oh, he's got men wide left and right. Oh, but he's thrown the intercept, and Dauncey's could have been in for what would have been a critical score. But it's a gift for Prior Park.
Well, he handed it to him on a plate, didn't he? Unfortunately, fantastic defence from Prior Park on their own 5 metre line, scrambled all the way back from a Dauncey's break, and then just as you can see, Severn's been turned on its head in an instant, and Prior Park go to length just on the stroke of half time, it seems.
So half-time whistle in this encounter. 21 points to 5, Prior Park with the advantage. Second half to come. So Dauncey's to get us restarted. Now then, did that ball go 10 metres? It did, and Dauncey's have gathered it from the restart. So looking to compete from their own kick. Ball is loose on the floor, but it's back in the Dauncey's hands. That breakaway try really undoing the efforts of Dauncey's once they were on the Prior Park line towards the end of that first half. But if Dauncey's could get a score early in this second half, well, that would really open things up, and it looks like they're going to. That's their second score of the game. And 21 points to 10 now, 21 points to 12 with that conversion.
That certainly brings them back in it. This game is certainly not done yet. Full 6 minutes left to play. Dauncey's with the advantage at the moment, and their tails are certainly up after probably a stern talking to at half-time.
Prior Park looking to try and use the ball from the restart. Boot it straight down the centre of the park. They fancy a foot race for this one, and Prior Park, the man who kicks it, has gone off ahead, but Dauncey's bravely diving on the ball, but penalised for holding on. Pryor Park with possession, and are they going to break through? Manages to skip clear of two tacklers, and Pryor Park. That could be a crucial score, just where Dauncey's had scored at the start of the second half, and we're hoping to close that gap with this conversion. (28-12) now. Chris, what do you think? Too late for Dauncey's now?
Well, I think they've got a lot of work to do. They haven't been quite as free-flowing an attack as Pryor Park have been, so they need to get a couple of get an early score in here now from the restart, and then build from there. But certainly this game isn't over yet. It's been a tough task for Pryor Park. They haven't been able to break down Dauncey's too easily, so by no means is this contest over. Just the advantage does obviously sit with Pryor Park at the moment. Let's hope they don't rest on their laurels.
Indeed, and Pryor Park will get us restarted. Coming up from 1 o'clock, we're into the last 16 of the Colts competition. We'll have Queggs Wakefield against Warwick School at 1 o'clock, and then at 1:20 Bedford School against Bromsgrove School. And we're just beginning to get, I think, our first few raindrops of the day. Ball is hacked downfield, or booted downfield rather, from Dauncey's. Pryor Park in no major rush. But now the little switch, and then this man puts on the afterburners. Chases on. Oh, and the tackler just couldn't hold on to, went for the arm. Perhaps should have committed for the legs and brought him down, because that will see off the challenge of Dauncey's, and Pryor Park giving everything they've got to stay competitive in this group. 2 wins for them now.
No substitute for pace in the world of sevens, and the young lad there in the scrum hat and the flashy boots certainly has plenty of it to burn. They're going forward into the rest of the competition, certainly see how he fares up and if he lasts the length of the day.
35 points to 12. That's how this one's looking now. Pryor Park well in control. Dauncey's with possession. Passing back to the left. Almost considering going down this short side. The wind has picked up as well here now, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects the players. Dauncey's bursting down that left side though. He's going to need support, but no one else can keep up with him. So now it's just a foot race between the two speedmen, and the oval ball has bounced and beaten both of them. Pryor Park gather it, but there was a hand in there. Penalty Dauncey's. Takes it quickly. Comes to the right. They've got a 2-on-1 if they can use it, but the cover defence is getting across. That's a good tackle. Was that knocked on the floor? No, referee's happy with it, and Pryor Park can break down the touchline. It's got a long way to go. Skips out of that tackle though. And the second man, I don't think will catch him. It's another try. Pryor Park. They'll have a conversion into what is now quite a fierce little breeze coming across.
Defence being turned into attack again there by Pryor Park. Never say die attitude, and on their own 5 metre line they turn the ball over again, and once again that fantastic support off the ball, and people working, and young lads working for each other in support to make sure they go the length of the field to score another brilliant try by Pryor Park.
Conversion attempt is held up in the wind. It wasn't a bad effort, all things considering. 40 points to 12. Goodness, it's gone from what was a lovely balmy morning into a fairly bitter cold wind. Prior Park 40, Dauncey's 12. Dauncey's tap and go from the halfway. He's threaded a kick through for his winger to chase there. That's really intelligent vision and communication from Dauncey's. It's a really well worked try. Good rugby. It's not going to be enough for them. The wind could be with him. If he can just float this conversion out into the middle of the park, the wind will probably do the rest for him. 40-17. Hasn't quite made it, but a good consolation score to round things off from Dauncey's. Here's the crossfield kick that made that try. Really lovely score from Dauncey's, but the hard work had been done by Prior Park. They finished the victors. 2 out of 2 for them so far in the competition. Prior Park 40, Dauncey's 17. And coming up next, we move to Pool E, where Clifton College will be taking on Barry Comprehensive. So we come to this Pool E match then. Clifton College in the blue, kicking off, playing from left to right against Barry Comprehensive from right to left, playing in the green and black. Team from Barry in the Vale of Glamorgan. Clifton College, Bristol based. And we're possibly going to see an early break from Barry, but as the winger hurled that ball back inside, a support runner's just knocked it on, so advantage being played to Clifton. Oh, and a little show, and he's gone straight through the middle. Manages to get the offload away, and the first try is scored. Clifton College on the scoreboard. Chris Cracknell.
Just a slight hint of overchase and defence, and Clifton College has snuffed it out there. And then again, we talk about that support play, but a fantastic support line there from the Clifton College forward, just to run off his outside half shoulder, and the ball easily lifted to a score underneath the post. Fantastic support play again by Clifton College. We saw it earlier on from them, and that's certainly been a strong point for them earlier on, and it seems to be going their way at the moment.
Yes, it certainly does. 7 points to 0. Clifton College then with the lead over Barry. Barry faced Hereford Cathedral School in their first game of today at 11 o'clock. They went down 7 points to 31 in that one. Clifton College winners 17 points to 3 over Stamford. We saw that game a little earlier. They were more comfortable winners really than that scoreboard suggests. Coming up after this one, Cathedral School against St Columba's College. Have to say those two sides not the most competitive in that Pool A. That honour will go to King's College and Wrekin, you would think. Cathedral and St Columba's could get a good match on in that one though. Here come Barry. That's a lovely looping run around the outside. He's got a tackler for company he's going to have to try and get rid of, and Clifton have done well to get Barry into touch there. Line out is taken quickly. I don't think the man receiving it was overly keen about it being taken too quickly, but he's done well in the circumstances, and a little bit of clumsy passing advantage now to Barry. Being shepherded towards that touchline. Big hits going in. They're into touch. The referee happy that the advantage is over. We will have the line out. Clifton with the line out. Oh, and it's been overthrown and well gathered in by the Barry scrum half. Barry have got to try and look after the ball there, just throwing it away a little bit too easily. And the frustration on the face of the number 13 as he nudges that one forward. Clifton will have the scrum. It's not the sevens whether we were promised, Chris, is it?
No. It's certainly turned.
Here go Clifton. Pegging it for that corner. What's the chase from the winger got? Not quite enough. Clifton in for their second score. They could be adding a second win to their earlier victory in Group E. Perhaps a little early to suggest that, but they've certainly gone up with that second score, and with this conversion, 14 points to 0. Clifton with the lead over Barry Comprehensive.
Great pace shown there by the Clifton winger. Unfortunately, he seems to have the measure of the Barry winger in terms of pace. That's twice now we've seen them head, 2 or 3 times now we've seen them head to head, sorry, and he certainly has the measure of his man.
Restart is taken by Barry. Got a little bit more width here if they can go around the outside. They're not quite backing themselves, are they yet, Chris, just to go around that outside. They know the threats of Clifton. They don't want their wingers to get isolated.
No, they do, but there's a miss pass there, just crept in. They actually had Clifton on the ropes, so they'd have kept the ball in hand and put it through that, put it through the hands. So the right pass.
Clifton breaking. Really close to the line now. They've still got possession. He's got himself. He's straight through. It was so close to the line. He didn't have an awful lot of work to do. And Barry are slowly slipping away.
Just a bit too much power here, I think, from Clifton for Barry to keep up with. So hopefully we'll see them come back into it in the second half. But unfortunately at the moment, I think Clifton will just slowly but surely eke away with this one.
£21 points to 0. Clifton with the lead over Barry Comprehensive. I'm breaking the gloves out. It's happening. Barry Comprehensive being comprehensively beaten at the moment, it's fair to say. Now then, trying to put his foot to the floor on the outside. Good tackle. Ball's released. In fact, it's gone forward, so advantage will be being played to Clifton. That's a good step. Oh, and we know the pace that he's got. Screaming down the right-hand side. Number 15 gives chase, but it won't matter. It's a 4th try for Clifton. touches it down. And it'll be a mountain to climb for Barry in the second half, who look to be going down to their second defeat of the day. (28-0) then the score at half-time. Clifton well in control. Next game coming up after this one, 12:20. We remain in Pool A in the festival, but that'll be our last visit to the festival matches until 4 o'clock this afternoon, because we'll be turning our attention to the Colts competition very soon. But Cathedral School against St Columba's coming up after this one. But at half-time, it's Clifton College 28, looking well in control against Barry Comprehensive, who've yet to score. Second half underway here. Clifton over to pick up where they left off. Ball popped up from the tackle. Ball spreading to the right. Barry defence trying not to get sucked in too much. But then there's a gap and the man goes through. Chase is good, gets the offload back in field, and well, that man's got enough pace to get away from his chasing tackler. And he's well in there. Touches down. And Clifton get try number 5.
Well, there's that support play that we talk about, and we have talked about in the previous encounters today and for the previous couple of days. And Clifton College is showing good support on the inside there, and too much pace and power to run away with it.
You're watching the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. My name's Nick Heath, alongside me Chris Cruttner. We'd love to hear from you using the hashtag RPNS7sLive. Keep in touch with us, let us know what you think of the games that you're seeing. This one certainly a fairly one-sided affair, and Clifton have even won the restart. Ominous moments for Barry Comprehensive as Clifton look to go from the base. They've got 3 men begging for it out wide. Try and suck in the defence. Gets the offload back in field, and then that man fancies it around the outside, and there he goes. That'll be try number 6. They hit the 40-point mark, and Barry undone around that outside. Oh, the conversion bounces back towards him off the upright, and that's 40-0.
Well, that all stemmed from some fantastic work up front by the Clifton College forwards. Awesome restart take there. Didn't show any fear, went straight up for the ball and dominated the space in the air and made sure he gathered the ball correctly. Then the support from him was followed in by his fellow forwards, who moved the ball across the park, and too much pace out wide for Clifton once more for Barry Park School not being able to do anything to keep them out.
Barry Park. It doesn't matter. Plenty of teams to get our heads around over the course of this week between Chris Cracknell and myself. I was Wrekin College earlier. Apologies once again to them for that. 40-0 the scoreline in this to Clifton. Cathedral School against St Columba's will be the next game on this field. But Clifton are going to try and create a little bit more before they get here, and there is the opportunity. It's a 7th try.
Well, he held the ball up well, didn't he? Young lad there just conserved the space nicely, and on the other Clifton runner coming round on the wraparound just run into the space perfectly. Talk about it earlier on the competition where players running into the space, not the face, and we saw it with a few teams running at people rather than running at the space in sevens, and that clearly shows there what teams should be doing and running into gaps and how potent it can be.
Conversion goes wide, but 45 points to 0 is the score. Restart is again won by Prior Park. They're really competing brilliantly in that area of the field. And it's just wave after wave of attack, and that is so tiring for defences to deal with. And Barry Comprehensive have been defending for most of this match. Clifton taking their time. They've got good hands, decent basic skills. There's a lovely little offload out the back of the hand. And the support man was there, and he knew that he'd turned his man there. Cut back against him, his hips were turned the wrong way. And Clifton get try number 8.
The overchase paying dividends to Clifton's attack once more there. Barry Comprehensive just looking a little bit tired here, a little bit lacklustre, and also their heads have gone down. They've been comprehensively beaten. Unfortunately for them, they just need to try and find their link again in defence and try and get connected and not have this overchase which seems to be creeping into them.
If the owner of a blue Ford registration RF58NTE,
Clifton
that's blue Ford
past the 50-point mark.
58NTE.
The challenge again from the kick-off. The tap back.
Left on in this vehicle in the car park. That's a blue Ford
maintain possession.
RF58NTE. You have left your lights on in the car park.
Standard rugby tournament announcement of somebody leaving their lights on in the car park. Let's hope they hear that announcement so they don't end up stranded here in West Wimbledon. Ball is loose. Advantage being played to Barry. Rather than picking it up, they decide to hack it through. You get a sense they've lost the appetite for this one a little bit. Now the referee decides that that is enough of that one. 8 tries to Clifton College. It's a comprehensive victory. Barry Comprehensive unable to break through and get on the score sheet. So we have a final score in this Pool E match, or Group E match, of Clifton College 52, Barry Comprehensive 0. So we have our final game of the morning session then, and it's Cathedral School in the maroon and white, playing from left to right against St Columba's College in the red and black, and St Columba's looking to get away. It's a good challenge over on the far side and takes play into touch. Cathedral School looking to break out. They went down in that opening game of the day, but they look like they might be getting on the score sheet here. It's going to be a real chase. Number 21 wraps up his man. Ball is bobbling around down there. And St Columba's could be the ones to break back. Chase is still on, but he's getting away. And the first score goes to the team in black and red. And St Columba's with the conversion, leading by 7 points to 0.
We talk about the support in attack there, and also you can talk about it in defence, and that was a fantastic effort from the St Columba's College lads to get back, get onside and win the breakdown, turn the ball over and then go back the length of the, half the length of the field to score a opening try.
In terms of this Group A, Cathedral went down to King's College School Wimbledon, 64 points to 0. Then St Columba's went down to Wrekin, 41-0. Then Caerleon Comprehensive had a very close match against Cathedral School, 33 points to 26. But it's a second try for St Columba's. And our Cathedral School going to be on the wrong side of another result here. 14 points to 0 with that conversion. King's College Wimbledon, of course, the strong team in this group, who we expect to be progressing.
Those tight games, those narrow games, do take a lot out of you as well, and you know, it might be a case here for Cathedral School of still having a little bit of a hangover of the last game. So got to find their legs, find their lungs, and get themselves back into this game. Otherwise, they'll find themselves. Well, it looks like they're going to find themselves another point down here. Apart from that sniper in the forest that obviously pushed, made the tackle for them. There's a eighth man on the pitch that we haven't seen.
He ran his own feet into the ground there. St Columba's trying to dance their way round from close quarters. Cathedral School have got to get the tackles in. Can't just invite scores in against them. One of the players from Cathedral's just had the ball thrown straight into his face. They've gone back in field there where it was absolutely on wide. There is the wide pass, gathered in by the number 23.
Great soft hands there by the number 2. He knew the pressure was on and likely to be man and ball tackled, so he just used the sort of patty cake kind of pass to move the ball out to his winger, who duly took the ball and went over in the corner. Fantastic hands and skill there.
Julie took the ball, did she? Didn't know she was playing.
It's not a bit pedantic.
Conversion goes wide. So 19 points to 0. St Columba's building up a decent lead. I do hope there's someone in the world called Julie Noted. That would be nice. St Columba's get us restarted. Cathedral come to the left. Oh, that's a lovely break, and he really eyed up that hole. Waited for his moment. Caught St Columbus a little bit wide defensively and went straight through. That's a good score.
Oh, fantastic feat there from the young lad from Cathedral School. Bit of overchase in St Columbus College's defence, and also not playing with a sweeper, so that 7-up defence proving costly for them by not having a bailout at the back.
Ball is into the corner. St Columbus looking to try and run this out of their own 22. There's a tackler there. There's one strong Fen now, then they've got to try and pin the defence. They've got another man running on the outside, but he's just knocked it on.
Talked about the number 2 earlier on and his fantastic hands to put his teammate over in the corner, and there just a poor pass going out to his support. But the key thing there was the support from St Columbus College. Fantastic to see them all flooding upfield and looking to work off the ball.
Can we ask for a representative for the 2 matches due to kick off at 12:40 to report to the referee's control? That's Mount Kelly, Duke of York Military School, Friar Park and King's School, Macclesfield. A representative from those schools please to report to the referees.
Second half gets underway from St Columbus College then. Scrum down for Cathedral. That last score in the first half will give them a chance to chase this game, trailing by 12 points. But here come Columbus. Number 11 has had a couple of little breaks, not quite had the pace to go all the way himself, but he's creating enough. That ball's come forward off Columbus' hand. Not sure whether the referee's he's gone just with the knock-on, nothing sterner than that.
I thought it was a little bit cynical myself. However,
Well, there was that potential, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was a little bit.
Mind you, I do think that in some of the 15s games we've been watching over the last few months in the Premiership and at international level, referees a little bit too keen to go for a yellow card on someone attempting an intercept. It sort of seems that you're either going for the opportunity to get an interception or you're in the sin bin, and there's nowhere in the middle. And I think there needs to be a little bit more consideration in that area of the game. But
what you're saying is allowing for people not to quite have such good dexterity with their hands.
I think so.
Being
Sometimes,
politically correct.
sometimes people are going for the ball and they just happen to knock it on, and that should be a scrum.
Not a fan of referees, then, Nick?
Oh no, I am. I certainly am. My father was one for 25 years. I've done my basic level course, but anyway, we'll leave that for another day, shall we? St Columba's getting in the corner for their 4th try of the game, and they're opening up a bit more daylight again over Cathedral School. Conversion is wide.
It's looking a bit further ahead for the likes of St Columba's. They don't seem to have quite the pace that we've seen with other sides such as Prior Park and Clifton College. So they're having to work a lot harder to go through the game to just make their scores and make their scores count. So going into the latter stages, it's how they conserve energy moving forward, but also how they look to break down the slightly quicker teams and make their more powerful runners count.
They're a slender-looking bunch as well. Just looking at some of the teams that we've seen play out here, there are some slighter players in that side, and it's obviously challenging then in the physical side of sevens, which we've seen a fair bit of as well in the last couple of days. Of course, it is a game that's known for its space and its running rugby and try scoring, but we've seen a fair few physical encounters and attritional matches. But here come Cathedral. Oh, it's a loose pass. Hint of a high tackle there. In fact, the ball's been ripped away. Strong work up front from Columbus. And we have a penalty to Columbus, and they've got numbers if they go right. Into the corner they go, and that is try number 6. Sorry, try number 5. Can't count.
Cathedral School just getting caught up in the middle of the park there and losing their defensive shape. And again, great hands by St Columbus College to put their try-scoring winger over in the corner.
What a high conversion effort. That's excellent. Really, really strong kick. We've got a strong crosswind as well this afternoon, and he's done really well there. Cathedral School 7, St Columba's College 31. This Pool A match concluding our coverage of the pool stages of the festival this morning. We'll have a short break after this before we pick up at 1 o'clock with the knockout rounds of the Colts competition. And that first game up will be Queen Elizabeth Grammar School, Wakefield against Warwick School. Good little bit of interplay there between 2 of the Cathedral players, and I think there's a foot into touch. Tough decision for the referee there. I think both players had their hands on the ball at the time.
One end of RE1 pitch.
Suggestion is maybe a... Well, no, it's Cathedral School who've got this one.
As we talked about earlier on, saving fresh legs for later on. Obviously St Columbus College's coach is thinking they've done enough here, and they just brought on the substitutes for the final throws of the game.
Cathedral School looking to try and find some room around St Columbus. Oh, but it's been wrestled from them. Little reverse pass back inside. St Columbus not rushing it, get the pass away. Oh, it's a good tackle. I don't think he knew that man was on him. He pays back with a tackle of his own, man who was brought down. And Is there going to be a chance for Cathedral School to get away? They didn't back their pace with that man on the wing, so he comes back in field, and now they might have a bit of room on the right-hand side if they can use it. And they are trying to use it here, and he gets through, and Cathedral School will have a second score in this one. Touches down under the posts. Conversion isn't made, but Cathedral get into double figures. Restart from Cathedral is taken by St Columba's. Oh, and then a little show, and he's cut back on himself there, and he now wants to try and go all the way. Number 23, one of the players who opened the scoring, and he goes over again. Good try from him, well made. He had players on the outside that he looked to. The defence got starry-eyed about having to mark him, and the conversion is good. And as the referee blows the final whistle, we have a final score of Cathedral School 12, St Columba's College 38. And Chris Cracknell, let's just get a final word from you on the standard of rugby we've seen in the festival pool stages this morning.
Well, unfortunately, we've seen a few one-sided encounters, but those sides that have come out on top have shown some fantastic skills and some fantastic level of understanding when it comes to sevens. So it's been fantastic to watch this morning. Keep saying fantastic any more times, and I couldn't be more positive. No, it's been great to see such level of ability in such young men across the board with this fantastic tournament that we're seeing here before us at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens.
So we'll be back with the Colts competition in just under 25 minutes time. That's a 1 o'clock kick-off. Queen Elizabeth Grammar School, Wakefield. Queggs Wakefield against Warwick School is our first little look at the last round of 16, and then we have another game as well. Bedford School against Bromsgrove School. We then have a little break to the quarter-finals, the semis. Then we'll dip back into the festival competition as that reaches its first knockout stage before the Colts final at 4:40. Great to have your company on this morning's live stream here from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. We'll be back with you at just before 1 o'clock for the Colts round of 16. See you shortly.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined by an England legend and, of course, a man who's had to spend a bit of time on the sidelines recently, but we're delighted to see him on our sidelines down here for the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Manu Tuolangi. Manu, great to see you. How are you, first of all?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks, mate. Still a couple of weeks to go with the injury, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Excellent, glad to hear it. So what brings you down here, and how much are you enjoying what you're seeing?
I'm absolutely loving it. The boys are playing some good rugby. Obviously I'm down here with Oprah. I came down last year. They've got a tent there, promoting their gum shields. They're the top gum shield distribution for England and for around the world.
Excellent. And coming down to this tournament, obviously today it's certainly on the same day as the NatWest Cup finals that are on at Twickenham as well. So I was just having a bit of a chat to you before we came on air. You weren't able to take part in this competition because you were playing your rugby over there.
Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't take part in this competition. As you said, we're in the final for the Daily Mail at the same time, and I couldn't come down, but I wish I would have.
Now, I imagine you watched events at Twickenham last Saturday. What did you make of it, and how healthy do you view this England side?
Well, it was an unbelievable day of rugby. The whole day watching the Welsh and the Italian game. The first half I thought, the Italian are going to do it, and then the Welsh game came out. Second half to absolutely demolish them, and then the second game against Ireland and Scotland. Ireland again made it hard for us. Beating Scotland 40 points to 10, and the last game our boys were absolutely fantastic. You couldn't have asked for better from the lads. What a great effort. Even though we came short, it was an unbelievable game. I was up and down my seat the whole time.
Yes, I'm not surprised. You touched on it then. Obviously, we know that your return to action has been a bit prolonged a couple of times for anybody watching who's keen to see when you're going to get back with some ball in hand. How are things looking now, and when do you expect to be back playing?
Yeah, things are looking good. Rehab is going really well. Running now, nearly running full speed. So looking to get back hopefully 4 to 5 weeks, but obviously, for me, I have to make sure it's right first and 100% before I come back. So, 4 to 5 weeks, it might be longer, but everything's looking good, and I'm glad to be back at the club at Tigers.
Yes, absolutely. Do you think you'll be able to help them with the Premiership campaign before the end of the season, or might that come a little soon for you?
Well, that's the aim, really. For me, try and catch 3 or 4 games, for Tigers before we depart. But things are looking well. We're drawn 4th with Bath. It's going to be tough. Exeter are doing well. 2nd place, and we got them this weekend. So it's going to be a massive challenge for us.
Now, while we've got you here, obviously, with this Sevens competition, what's your advice to any young Sevens players out there? Is it the sort of Manu Tuolangi style of busting through every hole you see, or is it more about finding as much space as you can?
Well, Sevens is unique. There's less players on the pitch, and there's so much space to attack. And then, I used to play Sevens when I was younger. I was a bit lighter, but it's very exciting. A lot of space. But obviously, sometimes you're going to have to take the contacts. But for me, it's just running into space. As one of the legend there has been playing a lot of Sevens, you should ask him.
Well, listen, it's great to see you down here. Thanks very much for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Cheers, pal. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So, Manu Tuolangi.
Well, welcome back to the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. We hope you were able to catch our exclusive interview with Leicester Tigers and England centre Manu Tuilangi just a few minutes ago, who confirmed to us that he is hoping to get back playing for Leicester Tigers by the end of the season. And he's really hoping to get back to playing once that groin injury has got past. But he is back running, and that's good to hear. We're underway in our first knockout round of 16 games. We've got 2 here for you on RE1. And it's Warwick who are clearing their lines, playing up against Queen Elizabeth Grammar School Wakefield, or Queggs Wakefield as we will be calling them. Line out well won there by Queggs. Cutting a little chip through. Oh, that ball is bobbling. Just been gathered in by Warwick. Referee right on the spot. It's really loose. Ball goes back for Queggs. That's another loose pass though, and an opportunity for Warwick to pile on the pressure. But the referee is going to call them back for the knock-on. Advantage not coming for Queggs. So in terms of these two and the journeys that they've had to this point, Queggs 33 points to 0, 31 points to 14, another 31-14 win, 35 points to 5 and 29 points to 7. Those have been their games leading up to this match. They've been unbeaten. Warwick, well, their matches have been 40 points to 0, 35 points to 7, 26 points to 0, 33 points to 7, and then 24 points to 12. It is worth noting, though, that while their under-16s are playing in this Colts competition, as we just see Queggs go through for what is the opening score of the game, it is certainly worth noting that their under-15s are currently at Twickenham, not too far away, having kicked off at 12:30 in the NatWest Under-15 Schools Cup final. So Queggs performing at all levels, it seems. Conversion effort goes wide. But Queggs on the scoreboard, leading Warwick here by 5 points to 0. Queggs being coached by Pete Mason. And the restart is made through Luke Adams. But now this is a real chance for Warwick, and good effort to get low in anticipating the tackle there. And they're going to try and come around wide on the outside. Luke Adams standing up in the tackle there, but now Warwick trying to create some more room. Nearly going through, but Sam Tovey wasn't going to be dissuaded off that tackle, but good strength from Warwick. And they do manage to get through. Can they score the conversion where Queggs failed to put themselves into the lead? Not easy. And it's just gone away from the near side upright. So we're tied at 5 points apiece in this one. Warwick, the oldest boys' school in the country, over 1,100 years old. Ball well fielded by Queen Elizabeth Grammar School. Pass back for Tom Jenkinson, and Jenkinson's going to try and get through the gap here. Well tackled. Manages to just lay that ball back as Warwick tried to come through on it. And Sam Tovey with the run, and then the little dink downfield, and he chases his own kick. Good tussle with the Warwick man who picked it up. What can Warwick do now with a bit of space? Chases there from Luke Adams. Adams persistent with the tackle. Number 11 Ches also going in there as well. But now Warwick. Oh, that's a wonderful tackle. Really strong driving effort from Ben White. But Warwick have done well to hold on to possession. And now it's opening up a little bit in the middle. They've still got that sweeper though, Queggs, but he's not managed to make the tackle. One more might. But the support run is good enough, despite the efforts of Joey Salim. And this time Warwick could get over under the posts. So this will be a bit of an easier conversion effort for them. They're puffing out there though. That was a long passage of play without a stoppage. Conversion's good. Queggs leading Warwick by 12. Warwick leading Queggs by 12 points to 5. Coming up after this, we've got another last 16 match between Bedford School and Bromsgrove. Advantage being played to Warwick from the restart. Now then, is there a little bit of room in midfield for them? Player comes on the short run. Hasn't worked out for them from the kick, or attempted kick through, but they'll go back for the penalty. And Warwick tap and go. Want to try and use the space on the left here. Winger not being sucked into the tackle. Warwick shrugging off. The tackle's in midfield. Got to try and look after the ball as he's brought to ground. He's done that. Warwick looking after possession really, really well here. Now then, can they get past? They've now got it to one of the pacemen who's absolutely herring for the corner, and he's not going to be caught. Good work from Warwick. They were patient, and then when they saw the slightest little gap to get through, they used their pace. Conversion to come. Half-time whistle goes then. The successful conversion means that Warwick are in control of this one, it seems. Queen Elizabeth Grammar School 5, Warwick 19 at the break.
The referee on the pitch ahead of kickoff.
So Warwick ready to get us restarted, leading as they do 19 points to 5 in this last 16 Colts game. Restart collected by Queggs. Queggs going down the hands to the right hand side, and they could try and get Chesaway down that right hand wing. Has he managed to stay in field? He has just about, but the chase is on, and the tackler from Warwick's done brilliantly. Got to release the man on the floor, which he does, and Warwick, through a bit of teamwork, get the ball back. Now they've got to try and find a way to get around Queggs, but that's a loose pass, and can Queggs profit from it? It's a real physical tussle in there. Warwick back in their own goal line now. Can Queggs keep the pressure up, or will Warwick go the length of the field? They decide to try and clear it, put boot to ball. Sending Sam Tovey back, the scrum half. That ball bobbles into the 22. Ready to take his time. He's got two Warwick defenders to deal with. Throws it back in field. Ches is there to gather it, but there's a penalty coming to Warwick. Juggled and held on. Warwick trying to draw in the tacklers. That's a good tackle on the outside from Luke Adams, but now Warwick look to be through. Oh, that's a good last-ditched effort, but the support runners there, and Warwick are in. Conversion to come. There's the conversion. Well, let's just have another little look back at the way that try came about. There's the little tap tackle. And then here's how the try was scored, under the posts, and that try takes Warwick up to 26. Kicking to Queggs on 5. Queggs just getting that up to the 10-metre line. Goes for the little kick on the outside, sending the winger after that. Ball sits up, but Warwick patiently pluck it out of the air. And they put a little chip through and chase that themselves, but now that's gathered in by Queen Elizabeth Grammar School. Juggle there from Salim. Ball's gone forward there though. So we'll come back, and it'll be a scrum down to Warwick. Warwick keeping that ball alive well, but that's just gone over the head, and Warwick scurrying back. He gets back to his feet, and then the tackle's made. So penalty coming. Quegg's player so keen to get in there and cause problems, but unfortunately Harry Clibben's centre's just gone off his feet in trying to secure that ball. We do encourage you to keep in touch with us with the hashtag RPNS7s live. Keep checking in with that on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, give us a shout. We'd love to hear from you. Chip down to that right-hand side. Where's that ball going to bounce? Queggs gather it well. Oh, and then shrug off two of the defenders, and now he's off down the left-hand side. Little look inside, and then he goes. And he's got the green boots that are flashing. He thinks about a little chip ahead for himself, but that's excellent running from Sam Tovey. Faded in and out to lose the defence. Really strong running from the scrum half. Nails the conversion as well. And Queggs get a few more points on the board. Queen Elizabeth Grammar School 12, Warwick 26 as it stands in this last round 16 game. They're fighting for a place in the quarter-finals. Look at the speed of Tovey. Stood his defender up as well and then burned again for the corner. Getting under the posts. Warwick, they've done well from the restart here. Nearly opened straight up from the kickoff. Supports there. Big tackle. Penalty advantage coming. Queggs not helping themselves in those close exchanges, just going off their feet while they're desperately trying to get hold of the ball. Got some messages on hashtag RPNS7s live. UK Tagby sneaking a peek at day 3 and the live action. Big day for my old school Cranley School under 18s. 2 out of 2 so far. That was a little while ago, that message. And also got Royal Hospital School tweeting their results. 21 points to 5 against Worksop College. Good win for the Royal Hospital there. Message from Alison Harding pointing out what I mentioned to you at the beginning of the game, that Queggs are playing Warwick under-15s at Twickenham now. Both teams excelling at both levels. Well, they certainly are. Under-15s and under-16s in this Colts competition. Representing. One of those is a final. This is a last 16 game. One of these sides won't be getting through. And at the moment it looks like that is going to be down to Queggs. And has that been grounded? It certainly has. Another score from Warwick, and that will seal it. They passed the 30-point mark with the conversion to come. It's a high conversion attempt. Referee has a good look at it. But that will be the final act of the match. It's been a good contest, but Warwick making the most of their opportunities. Queggs will be a little bit disappointed, but they'll be hoping that their under-15s can excel against Warwick, where they failed to this afternoon. The under-15s playing in that NatWest Cup final. But it's a great result for Warwick in this last 16 match. They go through to the quarter-finals. They've beaten Queen Elizabeth Grammar School with a final score of Queggs 12, Warwick 31. And we'll have another last 16 match for you. Bedford against Bromsgrove in just a moment.
Bromsgrove versus Bedford. Bromsgrove in the dark and Bedford.
So 7-0 to Bromsgrove School in this second last 16 game that we're bringing you on this RE1 pitch here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Well, it looks like it's going to be another breakaway. Really good pace there from Charlie Chapman, the Bromsgrove skipper, member of the Gloucester Academy. Impressive stuff from him. So Bedford 0, Bromsgrove 12 is the score. Coach Simon Matthews will be pleased with how things are going from Bromsgrove's point of view.
numbers back to the middle and then you come back. Thanks very much.
Line out is taken from Bedford. It's not cleanly won. Under pressure on their own line. They've managed to just about secure possession under a lot of pressure. And it could be a chance for Bromsgrove if they can get around into that corner. Good physical stuff down there. But now Bromsgrove breaking to the right. Defensive lines are trying to shape, but going straight through the middle seems to be the shortest way to the try line. And it's another score for Bromsgrove. And they're putting one foot in the quarter-finals quite confidently. Good conversion. Bedford 0, Bromsgrove 19. Well, this could be a chance for Bedford, but the referee has just called it back. Ben Kite must have thought he was away. But Charlie Chapman brings the ball back. We will have a scrum, or is it a line out, in fact? Was just a little foot in touch down that near side. Bromsgrove having to fight their way out of their own half. That's good running by Aaron Hinckley, but he is brought down. Manages to pop the ball up to Connor. And it's back to Charlie Chapman. Oh, lovely little dummy from Hinckley. Now they're trying to get a bit more room down the wing. 19 points the difference in this one. Bedford not onto the score sheet yet, but then the ball's dropped. Did that go forward? Referee's happy. Good tackles being made. Cook in with the challenge for Bedford. Well, that's half time. What will coach Rob Heel have to say to his Bedford players at the break? They've not really been in it too much. Bromsgrove looking the more powerful. Simon Matthews will be the happier of the two coaches. Bromsgrove's under-18s, of course, playing at Twickenham today against Dulwich. And 3 of this under-16s team are playing in that final. So they'll be having a good experience over at Twickenham, while the rest of their under-16s teammates are here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens. Half-time score, Bedford 0, Bromsgrove 19. So Bromsgrove get the second half underway. Kicking off right to left in the maroon shirts. Bedford in the white and red stripes. Fraser Dingwall just under a bit of pressure, but he does well. Bromsgrove trying to drag Connor Finch into touch, but Bedford have managed to keep it in field, and they do get the penalty, and Dingwall takes it quickly and goes. It's not brought down yet. Eventually he is. Good strong work from him. And now it's back in field. Just a little bit loose there, but eventually picked up by Kite. And they have a bit more room down the left-hand side, and we are going to see the first score of the second half going to Bedford. And this will make things a little bit more interesting. Conversion. Is good. So Bedford 7, Bromsgrove 19 in this second last 16 match. And that score coming relatively soon after the break will give Bedford some real hope. The key now will be where things go from the restart. Will they challenge it, or will they opt to try and kick deep and put the pressure on Bromsgrove to come at them? Oh, now then, it's been knocked on. They've forced the error. Well, I say forced. It was a fairly unforced error in truth. And this a really good possibility of attack for Bedford. The sun's out once again. Little cold storm that we had an hour or two ago has passed through. Everyone's thawed out a little bit, and the jackets are coming off once more. Spring in the UK. Nothing like it. Now then, what can Bedford create here? Little switch in midfield. They've tried to cut a man out now. Now they can run hard and try and isolate the man on the outside, and Bedford are in again. And they've been the side that have come out better in this second half. Second score for them. Closes the deficit. Conversion could be fairly crucial. He's not got it, but they are still within a score of tying. Bedford 12, Bromsgrove 19, and we can just see the lead up to this one. Restart, oh my goodness. Bromsgrove knocking on again from the restart, and those errors could be the cause for throwing this game away. Well, you've got to be more sure of yourself from the restart. A bit of a petulant kick away. He's frustrated with himself. He doesn't want to be putting that pressure on his own team. Bedford looking to try and find some room wide into that corner. He's just gone over the touchline. Still a difficult position for Bromsgrove, though. Just run out of turf. Just a little bit squeezed out in the corner there. But this line out crucial for Bromsgrove, and it's been tapped back on the Bedford side, and Bedford, with one more score, if they can convert it, would tie. It's close quarters stuff. The ball goes flying off, and I think we've got a yellow card coming here. One of the Bromsgrove players is going to be put into the bin, and we have a penalty to Bedford. They tap it and go. Spreading to the right-hand side, trying to give it some width. They need the extra men in support to try and get through, but the try's been scored. Well, now this is a crucial conversion. There may yet be time for another score, but if Bedford can slot this, they will be all square on the scoreboard. Looks good from my position. Referee isn't quite sure. The arm goes up. He had a long little think about that one. Bedford 19, Bromsgrove 19. Well, what a second half it's been for Bedford. You'd have been forgiven for thinking they were down and out after that first 7 minutes, but now it is all to play for. Penalty Bedford. Bromsgrove holding on, and Bromsgrove, through their own indiscipline and inaccuracy, are throwing this one away. Bedford getting round the outside. They're using the width of this pitch really well. Now then, what's the referee seen there? Just a knock on. Ball just bobbling forwards. What a nail-biting climax we have to this last 16 game, as both of these sides fight for a place in the quarter-finals. Those quarter-finals coming up at 2 o'clock. We'll have 2 games here for you back-to-back. Other games going on at the moment, so we will confirm those fixtures for you in due course as soon as we have that information. Bedford, they've got a man wide in the left corner. He could get over. What a turnaround this has been for Bedford. 19-0 down at half-time, and they have fought their way back into this, and they go ahead for the first time. 24 points to 19 with the conversion to come. This has been quite a dramatic game. Game of the day so far, certainly from what we've been bringing you on this live stream. Conversion isn't made, but the try is enough. Bromsgrove have thrown away a 19-point advantage, and teams don't do that terribly often. They will be furious with themselves, but all credit to Bedford and to Rob Hill. Whatever he said at half-time really did the business, and it's Bedford who get through to the quarter-finals. They'll be joining Warwick there, and we'll have confirmation on the lineup of those quarter-finals, and certainly which 2 games we'll be bringing you from 2 o'clock. And we very much look forward to those. We've got a short break in just a couple of moments, but before we do, we can have a little word with former England hooker Lee Mears, and let's just find out a few words from him in just a moment. Well, thanks for joining us. We're now just pitch side by RE1 and delighted to have former Bath and England hooker here, Lee Mears. And Lee, you enjoying your day down here so far?
Oh, it's fantastic. When the sun's out, I'm like a little solar panel. I'm nice and warm, I'm enjoying the rugby, and I'm just amazed at the standard. It's fantastic.
Yes, it certainly is. You avoided the little showers earlier then. It got really cold earlier, but the sun's out, enjoying it a lot. How important is this sort of tournament for school sport and also the path that these players will take for some of them who will get to the top, such as yourself?
Yeah, I think it's sensational. I mean, you can. It's a chance to judge yourself on others around. I mean, you look at the guys playing out there. If you thought that you're at the top of your pool, you're doing really well at your school, and then you see some other schools playing well, it just gives you something to drive and to strive for. So I've been very impressed.
Yes, absolutely. You can be a big fish in a small pond and then come here and find out that there's an awful lot of people willing to bite at your heels. While I've got you here, thoughts on England at the moment? It was just pipped at the post by Ireland in the Six Nations, but one hell of a performance against France at Twickenham.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen 55 points be put on France. So from that point of view, it's unbelievable. Then to have them score 35, it was just a great spectacle of rugby, and that on the back of that whole day. I mean, I was lucky to be at Twickenham, and you could see the guys in the car park watching the games, and it just got better and better and better. And you know, what better way? So hopefully they find a way to structure it so we can have that many tries in all internationals.
Yes, absolutely. I think part of it was that points difference that there was in the tables. People knew what they were going for. I think people through the course of the day were saying we should have points to aim for ahead of every game.
Yeah, just let the shackles off, because at the end of the day, that's what we want. We want to see tries, and the boys really went for it. You know, they'll probably get a bit of stick for defence, but when you're a supporter like I was on the day, you just want to see tries.
Yes, I saw you working with my colleague Simon Ward there, and I mean, we've had comments from the RFU Chief Exec Ian Ritchie yesterday saying that a second is unacceptable for a fourth year. I'm not sure that he's going to, saying those sort of things for bombastic headlines necessarily, but he's right in the fact that for where England are and the player base that they have, it is unacceptable, isn't it? They need to be winning this sort of championship.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at his point of view, you know, Stuart will know what will be going on in the background. You know, he's in charge of the team and he's in charge of bringing those players through. But I think, yes, from the top's point of view, you've got to be winning. With our power base, with our money that we spent, you know, we want to be there or thereabouts, and I think he's just probably saying, you know, we need to be winning those kind of championships, and we know sport's fine margins. I'm looking forward to the World Cup. That's what it's all about. You know, we've got people like Manu coming back. You saw Courtney coming back, and I think we've just got such a strong squad now that we'll be big contenders in our own backyard.
Yes, we certainly hope so. Manu Tuolangi, of course, speaking to us earlier here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Lee, I'm not familiar. Where did you go to school?
I was a Colston's boy, unfortunately, so please don't spit on me.
I wouldn't dare. I mean, we've seen some incredible games. That last 16 match between Bedford and Bromsgrove. Bromsgrove 19-0 up at half-time, and then they're beaten 24-19 by Bedford. So that's the nature of the Sevens game, isn't it? It can turn so quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wish I was as highly skilled at Sevens as I was at 15, and I wasn't even very skilled at that. So
don't put yourself down.
But no, I mean, the pace, the way I love Sevens, it's a little bit more expressive. There's a lot more space, and it's, you know, it's just another added bit to make you a better player if that's the way you want to go.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate your time as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks very much, Lee Mears.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back to our live stream from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, and this our first quarter-final in the Colts competition, and it's Warwick to get us started from right to left, kicking off towards Millfield for a place in the semis. We'll have the semi-finals for you at 3 o'clock, but we've got 2 of the quarter-finals being played here on the RE1 field as Millfield look to get going, and ball passed back in field, and they're going to get the first score. I think they managed to get that first score here on the RE1 pitch before the other quarter-final on the pitch to my left has even kicked off. So a lightning start out of the blocks for Millfield. They didn't need long to get on the scoreboard. Warwick 0, Millfield 7 in this Colts quarter-final. Millfield will get us restarted. Millfield, who overcame Canford in the last game, in that last 16 match by 21 points to 14. Warwick overcame Queen Elizabeth Grammar School. Wakefield by 31 points to 12. And here come Warwick. We know that they can score tries. Millfield are a strong outfit though. We've seen that in the other levels of the competition. Millfield winning games yesterday, 31 points to 0, 57-0, 28-12 against St Peter's School York, 31-14 against Templar Academy, 31-5 against Solihull. I'm delighted to say that we're rejoined by Chris Cracknell, and Chris, we saw an amazing last round 16 match, the second one, which was led at half-time by Bromsgrove by 19 points to 0, and then Bedford second half came all the way back into it and stole it 24-19. So proof that in these games, believing in the opportunity to score is so crucial, because you can turn these games around even if you're coming back from something like 19 points down.
It is, it's fantastic. That's the great thing about sevens, is you can go 19-0 up and then you can also lose a game in an instant as well. So it's been fantastic to see here. Greatly competed quarter-final between Millfield and Wonersh. And I've got that wrong, have I? It's your writing. I'm reading a writing. I'm getting it wrong. But certainly Millfield are in the lead at the moment. But that doesn't mean anything. Ben Ryan used to talk about the magic 21 points at half-time, giving you a good lead, and I've certainly seen that overturned a few times as well. So got to get as many points as you can.
Yeah, certainly. Ball is up, well taken by Warwick, and they're just on the 22, looking to try and come wide. Oh, and they just step inside, trying to get through. Managed to look after the ball well there, but the pass is a little awry, and Millfield come up and try and put the pressure on, but it's now been wrestled away. There is a knock on there, and it will be a scrum down to Millfield, and Millfield really congratulating each other on the defensive effort there.
And Millfield getting let off lightly as well. The defence got very, very tight at that last breakdown, and Warwick, and all they had to do was put the ball through the hands, and an untimely error cost them what would have been a short try.
Pressure on. Oh, now then, it's just been juggled. Ball lost forward again. Millfield not looking after that as it came out of the scrum. Good to chat to Bath and England hooker Lee Mears. Get his thoughts on the current England setup. We've also spoken to Manatu Alangi in our time here this afternoon. Penalty Warwick. I think the referee wanted to try and march Millfield back there before he realised that they're on their own try line and they could only go back.
Quite realised where he was, did he?
Well, they passed the ball out to the outside Warwick, but they've knocked it on.
That's twice now from Warwick. Just feeling the pressure and the heat of being this far out from the Millfield try line. It goes to show just how much it means to these players, the amount of pressure that they're under to get through to the semi-final of the competition, but their skill level just letting them down there.
Referee just wanting to have a little word with, well, now that he's brandished a yellow card, one of the Warwick players leaving the field. Our young referee not happy with something he's seen in there.
Just catching a breather or trying to have his say, maybe.
Ball is in, and it's not cleanly won by Millfield. They've not managed to win that cleanly on a couple of occasions, but they do have a numerical advantage now, and they want to try and get it out to that man who's got the pace on the outside. But first tackle has been missed, and then there's a support runner there, and Millfield could get away here and chases on. Well, interesting that the support player there was almost trying to get in the way of the Warwick man wanting to make the tackle, but referee happy enough with the try being scored, and here comes the conversion. Slotted for a 14-point advantage.
Well, all that pressure from Warwick there turned into absolutely nothing in the end. Millfield turning the game on its head, going up the other end of the field to score. Just shows what great pressure these teams are under, but also what great pressure Millfield, and how they can control themselves under that pressure and running the ball out from their try line. And the young lad there just backing himself on the far side of the field, but also support lines and following him up the pitch to make sure they're there for the offload to score.
Ball from the kickoff is won. Millfield hacking that one through, but it came off a Millfield hand as they tried to reclaim it from the kickoff, so Warwick will have the put into the scrum. Ball squirts out on the Millfield side. Got a man over on that left side, and then a little bit of interplay between the two of them, then long pass back in field. They've got that numerical advantage. As Millfield managed to get away here, they just managed to scrag him, Warwick. Pop the ball up. They've got plenty of men wide if Millfield can use it. Ball goes out. It's not clean ball though. Millfield feed it back inside. Warwick really brave defence here, given that they're 6 against 7. Millfield should be making these numbers tell a lot more easily than this. Warwick challenging them superbly, but eventually it opens up. Credit to Warwick defensively, but Millfield do get through for try number 3.
Yes, don't want to take anything away from the Warwick defence there, but Millfield made an absolute dog's dinner of that. Should have scored at least 3 or 4 phases before. Just a little bit of white line fever by the young playmaker there from Millfield, just putting that ball under one arm, and maybe he should have shipped it wide. He'll probably argue he was trying to go close to the post to make the conversion easier, but probably just a little hint of selfishness coming in.
So half-time score in this Colts quarter-final match then. It's Warwick 0, Millfield 21. Warwick winning the ball from the restart, and hint of a forward pass there as they casually threw it between themselves in the 22. Then the ball's gone forward, has it? No. Yes, I think the referee is now bringing them back. Scrum is well won. Oh, the loop run was being made, but the pass didn't go to hand. Millfield trying to come through the middle. That ball's gone forward though, and Warwick with the knock-on advantage. What can they do with it, or will we have to go for the scrum? It's loose on the floor. Well, he's going to go back for the scrum. There was a suggestion that Millfield could have been penalised there for the tackler not releasing the man on the floor as well. But Warwick will have the put into this scrum. Millfield leading by 21 points to 0. 3 first half tries as they aim to secure a semi-final spot.
We talked about the 21 points being a golden marker to get to before half-time. Millfield have hit that. It's how they hold on to that lead now and how they build upon it.
Ball went backwards off the Millfield hand there, and Warwick were able to profit from it, but really good recovery tackle from Millfield. Warwick would love to get away and get on the score sheet. They're going to need to do so soon though, because there's not a ton of time left in this one, but Warwick get going up the right side. Done well to hold on to it. Gets the ball back, but then Millfield charge in to secure the ball. They've gone for a kick across field to try and get their winger in on it. It sits up. It looks like it's going to work for them. Try is scored. Warwick are over, and there was a good bit of vision from the blonde-haired player there to spot the opportunity. He didn't back himself to get the pass across field, so went for the cross-field kick, and on that occasion, clever bit of boot-to-ball play.
Yeah, I don't normally condone kicking in sevens, but that was a fantastic bit of footballing ability there, and saw the shortened Millfield defence and managed to put the ball into the space for his winger. Sometimes the kick is quicker than the pass, however, not when it's aimlessly kicked away.
Used to get a cross-field there where the hands wouldn't have been quite as quick. Restart goes up. Warwick. Oh, that's well picked up off his bootlaces. Trying to get round the man on the outside. He's managed to do so. He's in at the corner. That's a really well taken try. Excellent from Warwick. Just got a bit of urgency about them now because they sneaked their way back into this. They're back to their full complement following that yellow card in the first half. And well, the conversion goes wide, but Warwick 10, Millfield 21.
Well, this game isn't dead yet, is it? Certainly some fantastic footwork going down this near side of the field by the young Warwick winger there. But he's standing up his man twice. There's twice he's put them on the front foot. I wonder if they'll go back to him again with the ball.
Warwick Kick back off to Millfield. We saw Bromsgrove throw away a lead to let Bedford through to the quarter-finals. I can't see Millfield throwing this one away. They've still got an 11-point advantage. But Warwick have had a couple of tries second half. Millfield yet to score since the break. Ball is back with Millfield now. Such a high sporting pedigree. Looking after the ball a bit better now, Millfield, as they patiently come downfield. Trying to create a bit of room. He's got one more defender to beat. Goes one way, then the other. Defender did really well to pin his man and bring him down as the wind gets up here at Rosslyn Park. They then go over to the corner man in the yellow boots. Swats away the defender and steals in for the try. And that will no doubt see off the challenge of Warwick, but it's been a brave second half riposte from the Midland team. (10-28) the score, and there's the big handoff, and he's comfortably in under the posts. Warwick 10, Millfield 28 with that conversion. Any scores from Warwick more likely to be consolation now. Coming up after this, a second quarter-final in Bedford against Stowe School. Look forward to that one. Millfield with the restart. High hanging kick. That's a really good restart. Warwick unerring under it though. Brave take. High tackle though. Oh no, it's holding on. Sorry, my mistake. Referee saying that Millfield had done well to get over that tackle, try and win the ball back, and here they come now. Can they get over the 30-point mark in this quarter-final? Option of the running man on the switch there. Millfield recycle well. Winger comes in, plays scrum half. Now they've got 3-on-2 if they can use it, but the drift defence is coming across. Pass off to the left. Up to the 22 now. Warwick trying to provide a physical battle. Almost a little juggle from Millfield, and now then they're creating a bit of room for themselves on this side. Dances in off 1 foot. Referee just spotting a forward pass there.
Harshly undone there by the referee, but it's good to see Millfield really being made to work for these scores that they're trying to put on Warwick now. But Warwick's defence just holding strong, getting a little bit over chasing. They're starting to get drawn into the breakdown as they get tired, and they're starting to lose a little bit of there's a little bit of distrust starting to creep in. So Warwick unfortunately seem to be being done to the good here by a great Millfield outfit who've got some great width in their attack as well.
Yes, they certainly do. Pressure on Warwick. Take the scrum, go down the short side and gets away from his opposite man and puts the kick in. He saw that the covering winger was across the other side, put the kick in, and he's given really good chase there as well. Held on to his man. Warwick want to be careful they don't get caught too narrow though. There's nobody marking down this left-hand channel as Millfield furrow down this side. Offload is good, but the reception of the pass wasn't, and that is the full-time whistle. This second Colts quarter-final that we've been treated to, oh sorry, the first quarter-final. It's been comfortably won in the end by Millfield. Commiserations to Warwick. They put up a great fight against Queggs Wakefield in that last 16 match, winning that one 31 points to 12, but they've come out on the wrong side of the scoreline in the quarter-finals, and at this stage they'll crash out. Millfield through to the semis with a final score of Warwick 10, Millfield 28. So now our second quarter-final match between Bedford and Stowe. Stowe School against Bedford School. And, well, there's the first little moment of inaccuracy, and it's come from Stowe School. Stowe playing in the black and gold, Bedford School in the red and white. Bedford looking to try and just break down the middle. Bedford, of course, overcoming Bromsgrove by 24 points to 19 in their last 16 game. Stowe overcoming Tunbridge School by 22 points to 7. And I think we can go down just while this game plays out, as it looks like we've got a break on from Stowe, but he's bundled into touch. So let's join pitch side for a post-match reaction from Millfield with Chris Cracknell.
I'm joined by Kieran Griffiths, captain of Millfield School. Kieran, congratulations on that win. Looking forward to the semi-final?
Yeah, it would be good. We knew Warwick were a good team, so we thought we had to have to break them down, just make our tackles, no silly mistakes, and just play how we normally do.
Obviously, you've had Mike Baxter come and help you out a little bit this year. Has he had much of an influence on how you've structured your sevens programme?
Yeah, he's got good knowledge of the game, obviously, and just like experience to add to us, and just like under pressure, like what we need to do in certain situations and stuff like that, really.
Good. Well, congratulations. Good luck in the semi-final. Cheers.
So Millfield looking good, and our thanks to them for the post-match chat. Yet to have a score in this one. Penalty to Stowe. Tap and go in their own 22. Good running from Stowe. The support runner's there. There's one man to beat, and he wants to try and take him on his outside. Tackler committed and did well, and it's very loose on the floor, but Bedford have managed to secure it. Wants to try and turn his man, and then the support is on the inside. They're a little bit narrow though, Bedford. It's fairly easy so far for Stowe to defend. They've got a little 2-on-1 here. Gets in the tackle. Offload is made. Strong tackling from Stowe. There was a little knock on, and Stowe will have the scrum.
Certainly seems like both teams trying to test each other early doors there. Good attacking opportunity for Stowe here to see if they can get themselves an early 7 or 5 point lead.
Stowe trying to get out of their 22, and that's some good support play now. Again, the last line of defence is good from Bedford, but they want to try and go around the outside. Oh, he steps past two men, and the last fend is good enough. First try of the game goes to Stowe. Bedford doing their best to keep Stowe trapped back in their 22, but Stowe combine well, come up the field. and get the first try. Oh, now that looked to be a good conversion from my position, but the referee said no. So we shall trust the man with the whistle. And it's 5 points to 0 to Stowe. Restart from Stowe School. Oh, Bedford just knock it on, and we saw the damage that that did to Bromsgrove from those restarts. And the ball's been knocked forward by Stowe once the advantage was over, so Bedford will have a chance now to come back upfield with the ball in hand. Middle of the park. Bedford just trying to take their time to create an opportunity on the outside, and they do manage to get it to the winger, and just a forward pass. They thought they were away.
It's just getting a little bit scrappy, and obviously late in the day for these teams. They now come to the quarterfinals. Perhaps the weary legs, their concentration lacking a little bit, and the errors are just starting to slip in.
Ball going into touch on the far side. Line out's taken quickly by Bedford. Referee happy enough with it. Goes for a little chip and chase. Went into a Stowe hand though, despite the chase by Ben Kite. Stowe moving out to the right, and then Maisie Runner takes the contact, wants to recycle, but Bedford get in there, and that's really strong work. Joe Rogers doing brilliantly to jackal that ball and force the penalty. Wins really possession back.
Really was good at the breakdown there. Just hope that they keep hold of possession here rather than kicking away like last time.
Bedford pop it up off the floor. They've got to go wide, surely. That's a good pass, and it's well held. Force the defender to make the tackle, and Bedford finish that really well indeed. Yeah, certainly. And this, if it goes over, would give Bedford the lead. He's got it. So half-time. Stowe School 5, Bedford 7. It's been a good first half of this second Colts quarter-final. We'll have the second half for you very shortly. Restart then from Stowe School. They got the first try in that first half, but they then went down to some good interplay from Bedford and a try that was converted where Stowe were unable to get their conversion to add the extras, so Bedford with the narrow advantage. Scrum for Stowe is one. It's not tidily released though. Almost gave Bedford the chance to run up and steal that, but Stowe have maintained possession. And they go down the short side. Tackle comes across. The first one isn't good enough. The second one is into touch. And they have done just enough.
Good defence there, just pushing the Stowe attack to the outside, and unfortunately the man not able to go around the outside like he has done previously in this encounter. So good defence from Bedford all across the board.
Well, the line out though has gone long over the line. Wasn't straight. Bedford were trying to break away. Stowe with a chance from the scrum. It's one-on-one for the corner. Oh, and he's got around the first tackler, and Stowe are in. Well, that's their second try. They may be feeling the edge of importance to these conversions, because if Bedford could work their way to a second score, well then the pressure would really be on. So this young man will take his time, as you can see. Here he goes. Strikes it, wobbling a little, but it's over. 12 points to 5, 12 points to 7. Stowe have the lead.
Good pressure kick there, well taken. This game has a slight air of a slightly later stage in it. I mean, I know it's a quarter-final, there is a lot of pressure on, but it really is a lot at stake here from both teams, and it almost has a feel of more of a semi-final, final type matchup, unlike our previous quarter-final.
Yes, certainly. Oh, lovely offload from Bedford. They are trying to create something, although they've just thrown that over the top. He's going to need support. Tackle is made. Quick ball needed for Bedford. Good marking from Stowe to stay wide, but that's good running from Bedford. It's a good contest, this. It's a case of who's going to blink first. Now then, they break through. He's going to need support. Oh, he stands up the last man superbly, and he's got the pace to get away. That is great Sevens rugby from Bedford. Get it to a man who's got the skills to expose a man one-on-one, as that young man just did.
Great Sevens rugby, but also great individual brilliance. Unbelievable footwork there, one-on-one, pressure moment of the game as well. You know, that's one of the great things that Sevens really gives you. It's fantastic to have these young lads running around and the opportunities that they've got, but also to see the brilliance of footwork like that in the open space.
Jack Dalton, the man who measured himself up against his opposite number and thought, I'm going to have this, and he certainly did. Stowe 12, Bedford 14. This quarter-final fascinatingly poised with just a couple of minutes left to go. Stowe got to be more accurate with it in their own 22. It went backwards. They've got a long way to go, but now the first runner goes, and then it's given off to Stowe's number 18, who builds up a head of steam down the right side and thought about cutting inside, but that was excellent tackling from Fraser Dingwall. And then it's Dingwall who goes back and has to try and secure the ball. It's going backwards from Bedford. They do still have possession, and they've decided to chip it downfield. The chase is on. Oh, Stowe get back to claim it, but it came off a Stowe hand, and then a player in front of that player took it, and that is offside and a penalty. And what will that do for Bedford's chances?
Well, two incidences there is exactly as to why you don't want to kick the ball away in possessions. It gives up possession, and Stowe, unfortunately, being on the receiving end of the referee's whistle, But advantage is back to Bedford with the ball, even though they're in their own half. Unfortunately, we see the ball kicked again. It's cardinal sin. They've kicked away possession, even though the Stowe player has coughed the ball up.
Well, perhaps a critical knock-on from Stowe and Bedford. They've got the advantage. They throw it away. Referee said advantage over. Well, I thought he might call them back there. Well, that is perhaps a little moment of controversy. Bedford clearly appealing to the referee about the advantage. Well, goodness me.
Advantage or no advantage. There certainly was a interesting moment there from the referee.
Well, the players
chancing their arm. Bedford chancing their arm with a bit of a speculative pass over the top and it not coming off for them.
Well. How decisive will this score be for Stowe? Stowe get up to 19. Bedford trailing by 5. Bedford will know that if they can get that score, they will tie it. If they can get a converted score, the game is theirs. They've come from behind once already. Then they took the lead through that Jack Dalton score. They've secured possession from the restart. They've done that well, Bedford, throughout this game.
Bedford just need to keep hold of ball here. No, nothing too fancy. Just go through the phases, really try and break down the Stowe defence.
Well, the clock, we think, has gone over, but the line-out's taken quickly by Bedford. The referee's happy enough with it. What can Bedford do? They've gone for a little kick wide, but Stowe aren't too narrow. And in fact, it's been knocked on from a Bedford hand. Is there time for this scrum? Can Bedford apply one last bit of pressure to Stowe?
This is turning into one of the longer halves of Sevens rugby that we've seen. Certainly an enjoyable encounter, and it shows the how Sevens can go either way. Both teams have taken the lead at one point or another. There's a lot of pressure on this final scrum here.
Stowe clear the ball, and that will be that. Well, a moment of controversy that may have sunk Bedford. Referee playing an advantage, and we're not convinced in the commentary box that that came, but we'll have to move on, as the players will as well. It's Stowe who make their way through to the Colts semi-finals, those taking place at 3 o'clock and 3:20. Final score in this one, Stowe 19, Bedford 14. Your thoughts, Chris Cracknell?
I just want to say there, I think it just goes to show, it's a classic example of how exciting Sevens can be and how end-to-end it can be, and how, you know, you never can give up in this competition. But for me personally, far too much kicking from both sides. Whenever they had possession, they just needed to keep hold of it to break the defence down a little bit more than they did, and unfortunately Bedford coming out losers there, I feel, by giving away too much possession.
So we'll be back at 3 o'clock with the Colts semi-finals, both of those taking place here on RE1, and we will have Millfield and Eton. They'll be the first semi-final. As I say, that will be up at 3 o'clock, so do stay with us here on the live streaming of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. We'll be back with you very shortly. So welcome back to the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, and we are at the semi-final stage. This our first semi-final, both of these sides looking for a place in the final. Our 3 o'clock kickoff, it is Millfield against Eton. Millfield, who in their last 16 beat Canford by 21 points to 14. Eton beat Heathfield Community School 27-7. And then in those quarter-finals, it was Millfield who put Warwick away by 28 points to 10. Eton beating St John's School by 31 points to 14. So that's how these two sides have got to this point in the competition. And I'm delighted to say we've got a change of face in the COCOM seat. Paul Hodgson, who played for London Irish, Bristol and Worcester, 6 England caps as well. And Paul, great to have your company here. How are you this afternoon?
Very well, thank you. Thanks very much for having me. I was fortunate enough to watch the Eton St John's game, and I must say Eton looked very impressive. Okay. Some very fast, quick players. All right, well, let's see if they can keep that up.
Come on, boys! Let's go, boys! David, come on. Well, turn back the session.
So we're ready to get underway, and it's going to be Eton with the kick-off. And of course, the starts of these games so important, whether the teams are going to challenge for a high-hanging ball or whether it's about pinning their opposition back. And it looks like Eton are going to try and challenge for it. They got the tap back. Ball has hit the deck and just come forward a little. Eton looking to try and wrestle that one away. Thought they might have done so for a moment, but that man on the floor might get isolated. But Eton coming round the side there, and first blood goes to Millfield.
Looks like Eton have been really working hard on their restarts. They managed to get the height on the ball so they can get the ball back pretty well. So it will definitely be a weapon for them.
Those are thoughts of Paul Hodgson joining us in the commentary seat. My name's Nick Heath, and this is the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens live stream brought to you in association with Serious Stuff. And here come Eton, streaking down this left-hand touchline. Should be a cracking game. It's a little bit physical on the floor, but it's come back on the Eton side, and this is certainly one of the bigger crowds we've had of the day so far. Everybody showing some interest in this semi-final, and look at the real pace of the man on the outside. Oh, he's just been felled. Very tight on that touchline, but Millfield's defence excellent in keeping Eton away there. Last-ditch tackling. Now Millfield have to do it all from inside their own 22. There's a little gap in the middle. Offload doesn't go to hand, so man in the red scrum cap has got a bit of work to do. He gets outside his 22, he's got to release it. That's some form of release. Referee happy enough, but now it bounces up, but off an Eton hand, and Millfield will have the scrum. So difficult in this sevens game to get out of your own 22 under that sort of defensive pressure from the team keeping you in.
Yeah, most certainly. I think especially when you've been defending for quite a long period of time, which Millfield have. In fact, their defensive shape looks very good. Eton seem to be fortunate that they don't just have the one very fast player, they seem to have 2 or 3. But as I say, Millfield's defensive system seems to be holding up pretty well.
Certainly is so far. Let's see how they do at scrum time. It's well won, and they look to go down the short side, and there's nobody back there defending, so this is going to be a foot race. Eton doing well to get back there and stop the threat, but now Millfield will look to try and use their width. Oh, now then, it wasn't a 1 pass and it wasn't quite a 2 pass, it was somewhere in the middle, and it's left Millfield with a bit more work to do. Ball is placed back. Ball was available out the back there, and Eton doing really well to react to it. He's going to try and get in at the corner as the cover tackle comes across, and he's in. Just a little look to the touch judge to check that he wasn't out there, and we have our first score of the game, and it goes to Eton. And well, he reacted in that breakdown situation very quickly, didn't he, Paul?
Yeah, that was exceptional play at the breakdown. As you say, he noticed the ball was out. It's always a fine line to having the same interpretation with the referee, but yeah, he nailed that. He got the timing spot on and was able to race away for the try.
It's the real domain of a scrum half such as yourself, the desire to be better informed than the referee as to when the ball's out, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah. I mean, sometimes you have the time to ask the referee if it's out, but no, he didn't spend any time asking. He just took it and went.
Scrum half knows best, sir. Scrum half knows best. So, Millfield behind on the score sheet. It's not a position that they've found themselves in too many times. with many of their age grade teams so far this week. How will they react to it?
It'll be interesting to see how this restart goes. We see that he got a lot of height last time. He's proven that he's been able to get a lot of height before.
Will Millfield come from deep? They send 3 going towards it. Tap back. It's pretty well worked by Millfield. That's a decent pass back in field as well to try and stretch the Eton defence, but that final pass just going to ground. It's not mattered too much as Millfield come herring away, but well, referee says it did go forward. Just from our angle, it wasn't too easy to tell, but well, Millfield doing well to gather the ball from the restart, but that inaccuracy has now given Eton another good platform.
Yeah, it's a shame because it looks like Millfield are trying to get some decent attacking shape. I mentioned the defensive shape, so a very well organised team. And you just hope that if these skills can go to hand, this catch pass, then we might be able to see some of that.
Do keep in touch with us on hashtag RPNS7s Live. We'd love to hear your thoughts as we reach the climactic end of another day here at Rosslyn Park. The final will be in around about an hour and a half's time. That's the Colts final at 4:40. We'll have a couple of games in the last 30 of the festival that started today, as that ball just goes out into touch on the far side. And then following this semi-final, we'll have Stowe against Reigate.
Millfield scrum half has spotted 2 opportunities straight from the scrum off, and he's been able to go down the short side from those scrums exceptionally well, so I think Eton will have to watch out for that. But
well, there is a chance for the winger. He thought he'd done all the work he needed to. That's an excellent tackle though, and he's forced the knock on from Eton as well, so Millfield try and get away, but they've kicked the ball away. And well, as the predecessor in your seat, Paul, was saying to us, Chris Cracknell, he's not a fan of any form of kicking in sevens. That was a real physical attack there, and I think is there a penalty coming? Player's taken a bit of a knock to the face. I wonder if the referee might consider going to his pocket here, or whether he's just having a quiet word. We're just having another look at that in the replay, and he really gives him a bit of a thumping there. Just take a moment for the Eton man to remember where he is. Eton leading this one by 5 points to 0. We're still in the first half. Eton, as we said, coming past St John's School and Heathfield Community School in the quarters and last 16 stages. Millfield beating Canford and then going on to beat Warwick in the quarter-finals to earn their place here. Players up.
If it's irrelevant.
So sensible refereeing. I don't think there was an awful lot of malice in that. We're able to continue a competition 7-on-7 without losing one of the players to the bin. And Eton have a chance here to try and extend their lead. Ball goes back, but it's now in the hands of Millfield. Can they break here? Ball fly hack through the middle up towards the halfway line. Oh, Eton went back for it, but that's the bounce of the oval ball. You've got to commit to it. The chase is on. Oh, what a tackle! But he's just stretched out and got the score. And that is what you want in a semi-final to keep things exciting. Millfield getting on the scoreboard. And, well, you would imagine that this is a fairly straightforward conversion. Gentleman just stepping up to take it, but Paul, when you're competing for the ball like that, it can be a bit of a lottery, and Millfield won it on that occasion.
Yeah, the firmer pitches are lending for a bounce to be regathered, which certainly happened there, and was able to race away from probably the fastest defender on the pitch for Eton. So he took the try well after he gathered the ball. Good bit of skill.
Yeah, that ball just bouncing away from the Eton man into the path of the Millfield runner. So Millfield 7, Eton 5. Eton now behind, having missed their conversion attempt. Small margins in this first half so far. Oh, little show and half go there from Eton. The other semi-final taking place just after this one, Stowe against Reigate. But now Eaton getting away here. He's got one support runner. He's decided to come straight down the middle. Now he's almost run towards the defence there. But the support runner's held on to the loose ball. Strong work from him. I wondered if we'd be talking about a knock-on on a missed opportunity, but he gathered that brilliantly. And Eaton are in for try number 2.
You see the slight difference between the two teams because Millfield have been able to make a few breaks, but maybe not the support getting through as it should, means that those line breaks haven't been turned into tries. I mean, that was obviously the first line break for a while for Eaton, and able to capitalise because of the support that worked very hard.
Yes, turning opportunities into scores, the absolute key, and Eaton able to convert that one as well. So the referee blows the whistle for half-time and currently sits with Millfield 7, Eaton 12. And the ball just bouncing up in that replay. And Eaton getting over for the score. So Eaton with their noses in front. They were the first to score, Millfield then getting back in front, but that second try means it's honours to Eaton at half-time. Second half in just a moment.
Good, eh? All good, yeah, excellent. That's fine. I've missed a call from Steve, which I'll ring him in. Have a think.
So just about to get underway for the second half. Millfield 7, Eaton 12. Paul Hodgson alongside me in the co-commentary seat. And Paul, which way do you think this one will go?
It's interesting because, as I say, I think probably Millfield are look at slightly more organised, but Eaton have a slightly bit more pace. So it's still plenty to play for.
Well, you mentioned the organisation. That was a bit of disorganisation. A loose pass from Eaton going to ground, and Millfield will enjoy the chance to be in Eaton territory, just inside the 10-metre line, with the line out. What can Millfield create from this opportunity? Some of the matches on the farther fields in the festival will be coming to a close over the course of the next half hour or so. More of the crowds will graduate towards these show pitches on RE1 and RE2, where we have all our coverage for you this week. But now here's a chance for Millfield. Oh, lovely feet from the young man, and trying to create a chance around the outside. Well, in fact, they're cutting inside. Now they've got room to the left. Defence is covering. Surely the ball had to go, but he's strong enough to get over. He backed himself. And Millfield back on the score sheet. There's not a lot to separate these two sides at the moment. The man to take this conversion will be very keen to get this one over and give his side the lead. He's not managed to nail that conversion. So Millfield man out on the left here, screaming for the ball, but he didn't get it. The man who scored it just had the chance to get that ball on the line. So 12 points apiece.
We mentioned restarts at the beginning of the game. I'd say there's no more important one than this one right now. To get this at the scores level would be really key to see how this match will go.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've seen Eaton with a couple, and now what can Millfield do? It is tapped back, but it's in the hands of one of the Eaton players now, and he's got some pace down that left side. Tacklers desperately trying to bring him down. There's been a knock-on from a Millfield hand. I think then the ball's just found its way to the touchline, so we will come back for the scrum.
It's probably an area where we haven't probably seen as much as we could, and that's at the breakdown. Of course, we saw the timing of the young lads picking the ball up the other side when the ball was out. But again, with possession so key with these last few minutes remaining, these breakdowns could be a huge part of the game, and attacking them could be the way to go.
Yes, it certainly could be. All square in this first Colts semi-final. We had the junior and prep competitions come to a climax yesterday here in West Wimbledon, down just off the A3. 76th year of the largest schools tournament in the world. 7,500 competitors, and there's one competitor who's going straight in under the post for Eton, putting Eton back in front with, hopefully for them, a conversion attempt that will be meat and drink to add the extras for the full 7-pointer.
Just the Eton 10 there, being able to deal with scrappy ball at the back of that scrum, and then obviously feeding it on for the player to go underneath the posts. Again, possession being key.
Those are the thoughts of Paul Hodgson, who's joined us in co-commentary for this one. Millfield 12, Eton 19, so it's also now incredibly key for Millfield that if they get a scoring opportunity, that it is convertible as well. That's the pressure that Eton have put on by getting that one under the posts. So Eton now with the restart. They've got their trio ready to chase it, as they always are. Oh, it's into the sunshine as well. It's difficult, but it's really well taken. And then he manages to hold up one of the Eton defenders, doing really well. He needs support, and that's a good support runner. 2 men in on the tackle. Then there's the offload. The tacklers are coming in. Is he going to get him? No, Millfield are over. And they're over under the posts, or just as near. So this game, it's a little bit of to and fro. Anything you can do, we can do better. And this conversion to tie the scores.
Yeah, I mean, this kick is important, and
no problem.
Yeah, so that takes us to 90-0, and I'm sure there might be some little bit of time remaining. I think the referee's just checking with the touch judge, so very tight, very tight.
Eton defence very close to getting those last-ditch tackles in to stop that try, but not quite enough. Our clock shows about a minute and a half left. Millfield unable to really get away because that was not the ideal restart. Free kick to Eton. It's got that sense of rugby league about it now, this game, because teams are getting a chance to attack, going down and taking an opportunity, and if they get it, that's great. But if they don't, the other team are doing their best to get back downfield at them. So you sense Eton have to make the most of this possession. If they can use up the clock in doing so and get the score, well, then that would be their ideal situation. And they get away down the left side. One more defender to beat. Oh, and he's stepped out of that tackle. The chase is on, but he's got away. The Eton fans and some of the players on the touchlines are celebrating. It's a big score.
I think there you see the true value of having more than one speedster. They had the recognised speedster on this side of the pitch, but yet he definitely showed a ton of pace, and he did it remarkably quick.
Yes, he certainly did. It's not a game for slouches. Conversion is good. We do have time. Millfield 19, Eton 26. They've gone try for try with each other throughout this match. That try almost a mirror image of the one that was scored at this end by Millfield. Defender just couldn't quite get the tap on the tackle.
It'd be interesting to see what the kicker does now. Does he go long?
Yes, it would be an interesting strategy. He hasn't. And if anything, there is a knock-on advantage to be played, but then it's knocked on by a Millfield hand. But that is the last act, and Eton have done enough. Hugs all round for the boys in blue. It's been a cracking semi-final in this Colts competition. Almost a shame, based on this game, that One of them can't take a place in the final, but that's knockout rugby for you, and we hope that Stowe and Reigate will perform for us in just a few minutes in the second semi-final. But a really good contest, and well, Paul, your final thoughts on that one?
No, I thought it was, as you say, a very good standard of sevens, and you saw there how Millfield had a well-organised team, had decent shape in both attack and defence, but the cliche is there's no substitute for pace, and you know, Eton had that in abundance, so deserved winners.
They certainly were. It's a final score in the first Colts semi-final of Millfield 19, Eton 26. Eton taking their place in the final that will show at 4:40. And we've got the second semi-final coming up for you in just a moment between Stowe and Reigate. So we now know that one of our finalists is Eton, who is going to be joining them in the final. Second semi ready to get underway, and it will be fought out between these two sides. Stowe on the left of your picture in the gold, and on the right of your picture Reigate in the blue and white. Stowe incidentally beating Tunbridge 22-7 in the last 16. Then they overcame Bedford in that, well, slightly controversial end to that game, 19 points to 14 in the quarter-finals. And Reigate, they beat Wallington Grammar 40 points to 5 in the last 16. And then in the quarter-finals, well, they overcame Wellington College by 31 points to 7. Good pedigree of rugby from Wellington. So two sides worthy of their place in this semi-final. And Chris Cracknell has rejoined us in the commentary box. And well, Chris, what are you expecting from this semi-final?
Saw Stowe earlier on in the day. I haven't seen much of Reigate as yet, but looking at their scorecards coming in, there certainly seem to be a good outfit. So we are set for a thrilling semi-final here, and let's let play get underway.
Stowe playing from right to left then in the gold and the black, and Reigate, well, they gather that restart, but it's knocked on.
Not a good start there. We talked all day about certain facets of the game, and as Paul Hodgson, emphasised in his commentary previously, the restart is king in sevens, and Reigate just putting the ball down there, giving Stowe the advantage.
Really good position for Stowe. Mind you, the shove from Reigate is very strong, but then they've let the young man get away around the fringes of the scrum. They want him to go as close to the post as possible, but Reigate doing their best to keep him wide, and you can see what it means to the Stowe boys. Straight in, congratulating each other.
Yeah, Stowe boys are certainly up for this. Reigate seems to be going a little bit slower out of the traps, and it's advantage Stowe there.
Next job, 15, next job.
Oh, it's just come off the top of the left-hand upright. Might have been given if the post was shorter. But Stowe leading by 5 points to 0 after scoring the first try. And that really all came from that error on the restart. That's how important that area of the game is. I know we're going on and on about it, but it needs stressing. Now then, more securely taken that time by Reigate on their own 22. Be great to see what they have to offer with ball in hand. As Chris Cracknell says, certainly on this RE1 pitch where we've got our coverage this afternoon, we've not had much of a chance to see Reigate, but beating Wellington College and Wallington Grammar, deserving of their place here in this semi-final. Penalty. Another opportunity for Stowe, and they're looking to put real pace on this and go quickly. That ball sits up nicely. Tackler eventually gets there. Oh, and they've done really well to get that pass away and get it held. Is there room to get over in the corner? That's another good tackle. Reigate suddenly throwing the men in at the last minute, but they've managed to do so. Now if they could hold Stowe up here, they could get turnover, and they have done. That's really strong work by the men in blue and white.
Strong work, but also intelligent defending, realising that if the player got his knee to the ground, then the ruck would then be formed. So holding him up, all players coming in and knowing what to do in that situation shows good coaching from the Reigate coaches.
Scrum not steady, so we'll just wait. Ball is back with Reigate. They're going to try and run this out. No suggestion of a clearance kick from them just yet. Chases on, but he's got away from his man, and there's real speed on this young lad. Up to the halfway line nearly. Gets the offload away. Big tackles in from Stowe. And they come offside.
It's a bit needless there from Stowe. He was isolated, but they had the advantage at the breakdown, just going off their feet and not rolling away.
It's a lovely dummy one way to create a bit of space down the left side for Reigate. Now they come back to the centre. They've got a face of 3 or 4 Stowe defenders on that side, so this left-hand corner is definitely the area to go, and support play is there from Reigate, and the final pass is good. Much like the first semi-final, we have one try from one side, but now the second comes from the other. And Reigate onto the scoreboard. 5 points apiece with the conversion to come. Can Reigate take the advantage by adding the extras?
No, that certainly evens it up. Good to see Reigate, as I said it before, the guy getting isolated, and then they rallied in behind him, showed good support there and good running lines off the ball to make sure the play stayed alive, and they kept moving forward and enabling the Stowe defence to get back on side and make a good clean tackle to stop the play.
Conversion is good. What was key about that score, it seemed, for Reigate as well, is that they played with a bit of nous. They looked up and saw the positioning of the Stowe players. And Stowe in the Reigate eye line had 4 or 5 defenders in the right-hand part of the pitch and 2 to the left, so it was simple numbers, and they flooded that left-hand channel, used up all of the Stowe defenders, and then had an extra man who went over for the score.
Intelligent play in different facets of the game there by Reigate, as we see an excellent restart, regather. They're being intelligent defence by holding up the player and knowing the rules, and then also in attack there, seeing that they looked one way, saw a lot of defenders and moved the other way to create a score.
Yes, indeed. Now Stowe, they're giving another penalty away. They're so pumped up for this and so eager to get turnovers. They're forgetting you have to release the tackled player once you've got him to ground. And in trying to rip the ball away before releasing him, they gave away another penalty there, and they've got to watch their discipline as Reigate step through another gap. Oh, that's brilliant! Absolutely brilliant from Reigate. Great feat to find his way in. And that is 2 from Reigate in quick succession.
Well, it's an over-eagerness again from Stowe. You know, they've tried to bite in a couple of times at a few breakdowns. They've then over-chased in defence, just compounding error after error, and then that's allowing Reigate back into this encounter. And what it shows from Reigate is a bit more cool heads under pressure. Okay, they allowed the first score to be scored by Stowe. That was down to a little bit of individual brilliance. What we're seeing here from Reigate is a good team performance. They're all trying to work for each other. They know their roles. They know their place within the outfit.
It's a great game, and we've just seen some lovely bits of rugby sevens. Reigate then with the restart. They got it right last time. Can they do it again? Got some really good height on that. Oh, nearly from Reigate, but now it's presented Stowe with a possibility of getting away. The young man there has thought about trying to put a kick through, but he was all at 6s and 7s, a little bit Bambi on ice as he tried to get that one away. Ball got caught underneath him. And here come Reigate. Oh, now then, try scorer of the last one, nearly getting through once more. Reigate come wide. This man's got the pace and he's going for the corner. Oh, and the tackler can't stop him. He's been well and truly beaten, and Reigate looking good for it now. 3rd try.
Reigate looking excellent. Stowe, unfortunately, are almost being their own worst enemies here, kicking the ball away possession, and that just went to show exactly why we don't kick a ball away in sevens. It's all like keeping the ball in hand. They had the ascendancy, they were on the front foot in attack, they just chose to kick the ball away, and Reigate, being an intelligent team that we've seen them be so far, looking to score at every opportunity and converting it.
Well, brilliant foresight in him converting it, because he did. There, Chris, excellent. So 21 points to Reigate, 5 for Stowe. That's how things look at the half-time stage. What would you be saying to Stowe at the break there, Chris?
Just a bit more composure. They're fighting in at every breakdown. They're rushing up in line, in defence and in attack. They're trying to do things individually. You know, in contrast to that, Reigate are managing to do everything as a team. So if I was a Stowe coach here, pulling them in, I mean, you look at the difference of the two teams as you see on your footage in front of you. Reigate are very, very tight. Stowe are all over the place at 6s and 7s. He needs to pull that team together, you know, get them talking about give them 3 key things that they can work on in this half. And I'd start with the defence. Don't ever chase, don't bite in at the breakdown, and when you've got the ball in attack, it's key to keep possession, keep hold of possession and not relinquish control.
Well, it's a really, really strong point about the physical look of both teams at half-time. As you say, Reigate tight in, and Stowe just stood around listening to their coach's advice at the break. Stowe 5, Reigate 21. Second half just about to get started. So Reigate ready to get the second half underway. We've seen Millfield, last year's runners-up, fall short of making the final. Eton are there and will meet the winners of this one. And Reigate, they've got some good width here. There is the pass to the man who's going to try and get into the corner. He's chipped it ahead for himself. He gets to regather. Tackles there. Oh, and he's inches short. Held up superbly by the Stowe defence. Reigate looking to go wide. Needs support. It's a little bit of a careless pass, but Reigate maintain possession. There's a bit of a gap in midfield if they can exploit it. Got two men on this side. Oh, Stowe react well to the loose ball and get possession themselves. Coach's words ringing in their ears from half-time. Can they react well? Opportunity for Stowe to get away. He's got the pace down the middle of the park, but the chase is on. Throws the pass back in field. That's really good defence from Reigate. And in fact, Reigate are going to get the penalty as Stowe go off their feet. And in fact, there's a bit of back chat, and the referee's going to march him back 10.
Oh, starting to look a little bit disjointed. I thought this excellent bit of defence here would galvanise them a bit, but you can see their support not quite with them. Whereas in contrast, again, Reigate all working back for one another. You see that unity they had at half-time, and it really is galvanising them on the field as well, working tirelessly for one another, and a bit of intelligent play to run down the clock there by kicking the ball out.
Yes, tactical kicking in terms of timing and territory is certainly a big part of the game, and after a real chase back in defence, a lung-busting couple of tackles to stop Stowe in their stride. Penalty then allows Reigate to just pump that ball down the touchline, and then the line out is won. Playing some really intelligent stuff here, Reigate, and you certainly sense that if they can get through to the final, they will give Eton a real run for their money, but they give away the penalty there. Man not releasing on the floor, and what can Stowe do here? They trail by 21 points to 5. But then they just lose the ball, I think. No signal from the referee there, though, but Reigate so quick at the breakdown to try and get that ball away, and Stowe just getting in the way of the tackle. Not so much an intercept, but a chance to just bat it back and win possession for the boys in black and gold. Reigate on their feet, though, trying to rip that one away, and again, it's good breakdown work. They've got a man on the outside. Oh, little juggle. He's thrown it back in field before he made touch, but Stowe are the first ones to react. Man not held on the floor where he won the ball. So it's with Stowe. They look to start to try and go wide. And the ball's passed out. Tackle's made. Ball is loose on the floor, and it's gone forward off a Stowe hand, and very, very intense pressure from Reigate.
Stowe here really are looking a little bit out on their feet, a little bit lost for ideas what to do in attack. They've gone away from the attacking running rugby that we saw this morning from them. They certainly seem to be maybe one step too far to this semi-final. In contrast to that, obviously Reigate looking definitely in control as we go into the latter stages.
They're looking like they've got more energy, aren't they? But it's easy to have more energy when you're ahead on the scoreboard. Message from Just Sports Rehab. Good luck to all those playing at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Look after your body. It's a tough old tournament. Well, it certainly is. These players playing for a couple of days, particularly if they're playing all the way through to the final of this competition, coming up at 3:40 in an hour's time. Sorry, 4:40 in an hour's time. Stowe, a lot of work to do from their own line, but now they've got a chance to break, and Reigate opting not to bother giving chase. They're going to save their energies. They know that this score isn't going to turn the scoreboard around, but they do need to continue defensively. Stowe doing their best to take things quickly, which they do. 12-21 now.
Just goes to show what Stoke can do if they choose to keep the ball in hand and run it out from their own half. It's fantastic running rugby there, good outside break, and it's a shame we haven't seen more of it from them. We might have seen a bit of a closer encounter.
Yes, indeed. That restart, going the 10 metres and then just bobbling into touch. So chance for Reigate from this line out. Don't want to give away any cheap scores to undo the hard work they've done. They've got some lovely width, Reigate, doing their best to try and make it work. Now then, he's not got a lot of room down that touchline, but he's got away from his man, and this looks to be the decisive score for Reigate. Number 10 getting under the posts. Referee has a little glance at the watch, but you suggest, or it would suggest, that that might be the last act of the match.
Number 10 from Reigate there, showing a clean pair of heels once more. Wonder how many times we'd have said that this weekend if they'd have played in front of us a few more times. But, he certainly has been one of the main players for this Reigate outfit.
Maybe a little bit more time left on the clock than I had envisaged, but certainly Stowe 12, Reigate 28. Would take more than 2 converted scores for Stowe now. You sense their journey is coming to an end for another year. Ball's not forward. Advantage to Reigate. They'll get the scrum. Pulls in from Reigate. They go to the open side. Runners there trying to commit the tacklers and create the extra man on the outside. Now it's got a bit of pace. Reigate have just got to look after the ball here. Nothing stupid in these last few moments. They've now managed to work 3 down on this near side. Now they get it to a man who's got real pace. The cover tackles are coming across. The ball bobbles into touch, and that will be the final act of the match. Stowe School, worthy semi-finalists, but they didn't have enough to live with Reigate, who came from behind in that match to perform superbly and score 4 converted tries. Good display by the Surrey School, and that sets us up for a very tasty looking Colts final. It will be Eton against Reigate in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Colts final for 2015. Join us for that at 4:40, and before that from 4 o'clock we have 2 matches from the festival in the final round of 30, and we'll have details of those a little closer to the top of the hour.
Not every single time.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined here by Brand Haskell himself, James Haskell, who joins me. And James, what brings you down to the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens?
Well, I'm trying to shake off that ridiculous nickname that someone gave me because it doesn't exist. Yeah, good. I've got my company down here, JH Body Fire. We've got our health and supplement range. We've got some rugby packages that we're creating to give young kids information on how to train, how to eat, how to do things properly, and also the core skills of the game. You know, so many kids are obsessed with getting big that they forget the core elements of the game. So we're launching all that kind of stuff down here. We're launching a new feature called Tackle of the Week as well. We've all seen some amazing tackles, but in the amateur game and for kids' games, there's obviously some going unnoticed. So for anyone 12 and upwards, they can submit a tackle into our channel, get an opportunity to win tickets, all that kind of stuff. And I'm also trying to pick up some tips from these Sevens players.
Well, there you go. It is important, I guess. You know, we're just under an hour away from the Colts final. Under 16s, we see, certainly from when I was playing, 20 years ago, kids of that sort of age are putting on body mass. They are aware of their diet and the sort of conditioning that they should be doing. And so it's important to remind them that as well as the time in the gym, let's make sure your passing and your handling's good.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the biggest thing that people criticisms they level against me is time spent in the gym. I don't ever spend any time in the gym, really, to be honest with you. I spend most of my time out on the training field working on those core skills, trying to sort my game out. But there was a period of time where I was a bit of a gym monkey, and I'm just trying to make sure that kids understand that the game isn't won there. You know, some of the best players in the world are some of the smaller characters. They're powerful, they've got good handling ability, they're obviously good at rugby. So we're trying to encourage people to get involved and really enjoy their rugby.
Yes, excellent. While we've got you here, we should just touch on that result at the weekend. An incredible victory against France. We've spoken to Manu Tuolangi earlier today, Lee Mears as well, who are, all very pleased in the direction that England are going in. It is second again in the competition. We know that you guys would really have loved to have won that championship, but overall this team is doing a lot right.
Yeah, I think so. We've got a fantastic team, a great coaching staff and a good atmosphere. It's a real difficult one on the weekend because we put 50 points on France, which is no mean feat considering they only had 2 tries scored against them all tournament up until they met us. But we did lose. We did come second. Obviously I was disappointed to get a yellow card. I thought I was having a good game up until there, which is kind of devastating. It's the last time you get to take the field until you go back and play domestically. So I'm very excited, and if I'm involved with England in the future, it's a great place to be, and I think we're in a very good place.
Absolutely. Well, I know that we've got some more games kicking off very shortly. Just remind me, which school were you at, James?
I was at Wellington College. I think we've been knocked out, unfortunately, but the seniors are there tomorrow, which I've got fingers crossed will go well.
Excellent. Well, we've got the Colts final coming up a little bit later on. Reigate really performing well in their semi-final, so that should be a cracker. So listen, we really appreciate your time, and thanks very much for joining us.
My pleasure, anytime.
Oh, boys!
So great to hear from James Haskell, of course fresh from that huge England game against France in the Six Nations, and well, it was a great result, 90 points scored in an international, and lovely to just hear how he feels England are coming on. Of course, we're less than 6 months away from that Rugby World Cup, so really looking forward to that. And of course, the Sevens game, building towards Rio in 2016, back now as a discipline, as part of the Olympics. And well, many of these players will no doubt be keen to tune into that, and regular viewers of the IRB World Sevens circuit, or World Rugby as they're now known, which commentator Chris Cracknell has spent plenty of time on. So rugby enjoying a purple patch of popularity and activity, and now we turn our attention to this game that's currently underway on pitch RE1, where we focus all our attention this week at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. And we have Canford, who are playing in the white with the blue stripes, against King's College Wimbledon. Now this is the festival competition. We saw King's College in our very first game of the day, and they put a fairly hefty scoreline on Cathedral School, 64 points to 0. They were 28-5 winners over Wrekin College, so we know that they are one of the favourites in this division, and they'll be hoping to get down to the last 16. Canford, well, their Colts team was knocked out in the semi-finals. Can their under-18 side here in the festival go any better? Of course, we'll get to further knockout stages of the festival come tomorrow, Thursday, where the open competition will also get started. That will conclude on Friday. So scoreless at the moment, but it looks like we're going to get our first try of the game, and it's Canford who break away. Now, Chris Cracknell, perhaps you can enlighten me here. It's something I'm always quite interested in. What is the interest, or what is the reason, apart from potentially winding the clock down, that Sevens players get a breakaway and then slow down and will walk slowly to the back to touch the ball down near the dead ball? And what's all that about?
It's quite clear cut as just conserving a little bit of energy. You're right.
Is that what it is?
You're right with winding the clock down. You're absolutely dead on with that. But more often than not, it's just about conserving a little bit of energy. That's why it goes to show you should never give up in the chase when it comes to chasing back in defence as well.
Well, we've not had a chance to see Canford in action so far on this main pitch, but we do know what a threat King's College Wimbledon can be, and this is them getting away. The chase is on, and King's College Wimbledon man, I thought he was going to get a hold down before the line. He's shown real strength to stand up to that tackle and force his way over. That was very strong indeed. It's going to be a tricky conversion, but Canford first on the scoreboard, but Wimbledon replying very swiftly.
King's College Wimbledon we've seen a lot of throughout the course of today, and just showing there that they're not too worried about Canford's defence. They just quite ruthlessly cut through it like a hot knife through butter, and up the other end to even the score.
Conversion goes wide. Canford 5, King's College Wimbledon. Sorry, Canford 7, King's College Wimbledon 5. King's College with the restart. This is the festival knockout round of 30 teams. Then there'll be one more round before we hit the quarter-finals, and now those will all start tomorrow. So this, the last game for many. The ball's just coughed up to King's College Wimbledon there, and they've got enough men potentially to finish this. Referee's there and says the ball was grounded. Second try for King's College.
Yeah, King's College once again showing their prowess in attack and able to keep the ball alive, and they're running as supporting lines. You know, we talked about it over the last couple of days, and as this as the tournament sort of wanders on and we get to the more senior level of rugby, it's good to see that teams haven't cut away from everything. We saw some fantastic displays of support play in the juniors and the younger levels, and we're seeing it now with the more senior players as lines of support. It really is becoming to be a good theme coached all the way through this tournament.
So King's College Wimbledon getting the conversion to go with that second score, moving up to 12 points. Canford on 7. Wimbledon, well, he's taken that quickly, goes over the 10-yard line because he spotted a chance. He spotted the fact that Canford players were standing off that 10-yard line, the minimum distance the kickoff has to go. Didn't quite work out for them in the end, and it's all getting a little bit knocked back and forth over there. The first knock on will give Canford the put into the scrum. So that looks to be another try for King's College Wimbledon.
Sorry, mate. The wraparound working really well there. There's twice now that King's College Wimbledon have used that move, just giving the ball slightly earlier and then somebody coming around to support the play. Just creates that indecision in defence, and it's something that they've noticed has unlocked the Canford defence twice now. So it'll be interesting to see if Canford and Peter Short, their coach there, is able to put that to his charges and make sure that they snuff it out in the second half.
So coming up after this one, we've got a second knockout match in the festival competition, and that will be between Pool C winners Prior Park and Pool D winners Stonyhurst. So we look forward to bringing you that one. But half-time in this one, it's Canford 7, King's College Wimbledon looking in control with 19. So King's College Wimbledon get us underway for the second half. They've got a comfortable lead as it stands. Canford breaking through. I thought we might have a real challenge to King's College Wimbledon, but it's just the one try to the 3 scored by Wimbledon. Just a momentary delay and Canford getting this line out taken. Was that ball knocked forward? Either way, it's in the hands of King's College Wimbledon. Canford doing their best to get in and spoil it. And it comes the way of the team in the red and blue, but was a bit of a knock on there, possibly by both sides, but there's a bit of a knock to one of the Canford players. I think it was a bit of a head collision with the ground, possibly, and the ground is quite firm out there. Chris Cracknell, it's obviously a game that is best preferred in fair weather, but how does that match up to the fact that you're often playing on pretty hard ground?
To be honest with you, it's a good question. I've never really thought about it like that before. You know, you've got Hong Kong coming up this weekend, and that's down in Sokompo there. I've never known that pitch to stay too dry, to be quite honest with you. And Dubai, obviously, a pitch built out of nothing in the middle of the desert, so that can be quite a firm track. But no, it's great that such a shortened version of the game is played in so many hot climates. It enables for some free-flowing running rugby, and it's always exciting to see.
Is it tougher falling on that harder ground though? Is it more of a physical battle? Do you try and stay off the ground?
This is not showing me in a good light. I don't really think about it that often. I've never really noticed it much before, so I'm sure it's you know, has an impact on injury count and stuff like that. But you know, certainly the pitches here at RE1 and then the wider pitches are all in fantastic condition.
Yes,
for
they really are.
For sevens.
So Canford trying to look after the ball. They've dragged in a couple of the Wimbledon defenders there, but ball is on the ground. Number 7 there really ran in and wanted to make that ball his own, allow some of his pace men a little bit more width, but King's College Wimbledon defence intelligently drifting so well with each of their opposite numbers.
The difference between the two defences, King's College Wimbledon don't bite in on anything, so the little wraparound that they do in attack, in contrast, usually makes the Canford defence bite in slightly. King's College showing there just that astuteness in defence, not to bite in on any dummy runners.
And by bite in, you mean sort of follow that runner, get tracked in?
Yeah, get tracked into the play. I mean,
that's a superb bit of solo skill. Sorry to cut you off there, Chris. That is a real bit of vision just to chip that ball over the last oncoming defender and get in for the try. Lovely bit of individual ability.
It's the first time I've seen a good kick today, to be quite honest with you, so I'll allow you to cut in on me on that. It was a fantastic, sublime bit of individual brilliance there from the young King's College lad.
Taking the ball from almost his own 22. Little chip over the top, and he's in under the posts. Ball kicked off to Canford then. King's College Wimbledon leading this one by 26 points to 7, but Canford wanted to try and get away here. That was the man who scored the only try we've seen from them first up in this game. Now they come over to the left. Canford just getting a little bit crowded in there, allowing the tackler to stay down and set up a breakdown situation, and King's College Wimbledon are so good at those situations, getting in the right body position and competing for the ball. They draw another penalty and they'll impound the pain on Canford by sticking them right back on their 22.
Also intelligently just running the clock down slightly and kicking the ball deep off the penalty, not worrying about running it too much, using the time on the clock well, and also just put a bit more pressure on the Canford players that they're now back in their own 22.
Those are thoughts of former England Sevens captain Chris Cracknell, with us all week here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. This live stream brought to you in association with Serious Stuff. And now Camford are looking to do a catch and drive from the 22. My goodness me, there's no answer for it as far as Camford are concerned, and that was mixing it up and doing it a little bit differently, and how effective it was too. Goodness me, lovely variation, and it caught Camford completely unawares and unable to defend it, no matter how many bodies they tried to throw into it in the last 5 or 6 metres. Conversion attempt is just wide, but that takes King's College Wimbledon over the 30-point mark, and well, a little bit of difference there, Chris, and King's College Wimbledon well in charge.
Certainly a different type of tactic that we don't often see on the Sevens field, but just shows how good this King's College Wimbledon outfit are. They seem to have tricks up their sleeves everywhere.
I wonder if that was a guest move by Warren Gatland.
I think he lives too close to Wimbledon, so the answer to that might be no.
Outrageous. That ball going out on the full. Not long left to go in this one. Can Camford bag themselves a consolation score? They're trailing by 24 points. That would be all it is if they could go over the whitewash once more. This is the man who scored their only try so far, makes the break, starts to head to the right-hand side, tries to hold up the last tackler, who did really well to do so, and then the defence gets across, but they're not going to stop Camford getting that score. It was made by their number 12, who seems to have the real talent in getting through the gaps, but also drawing the defence. He held up that last pass till right at the last moment. Really intelligent rugby, whether you're playing 7s or 15s. And he allowed his winger just that extra half a yard to get away from his tackler. And it's a second try for Camford. But Camford unlikely to be joining King's College Wimbledon in the second day of the competition in terms of the festival tournament tomorrow. It's a good conversion, but King's College Wimbledon have done enough. They will go through to the next round. It's a final score in the 4 o'clock kickoff. Camford 14, King's College Wimbledon 31. We'll move straight into our Pool D winner match in just a moment. Prior Park against Stonyhurst. But congratulations to King's College Wimbledon, still looking strong in the festival competition.
Running for the plane, I tell you, I was the last one on it. I nearly lost it actually. Yes, it was. So mate, we're on. We're on 5, 2, 5. Run! Alright, boys! Brian! Come on, Brian!
So our live action continues here on our main pitch as we build towards today's final, the Colts final at 4:40. This game, a festival match. Pool C winners Prior Park against Pool D winners Stonyhurst. Prior Park in the blue stripes, the light blue and the dark blue, and Stonyhurst in the red and white stripes. This our penultimate offering on our coverage for this afternoon. Thanks very much for watching. If you've been tuning in over the course of the day, I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. Tell your friends if you have. Don't tell them if you haven't. It's the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens. It's our first year of streaming the competition, and we'd love to hear from you, as it looks like Stonyhurst might get in for the first score, although the chase is good from Prior Park. Referee has awarded the try, I think. Indeed he has. First blood to Stonyhurst. Prior Park giving really good chase though.
That's been a theme with Prior Park across the board, from their junior levels right the way through. We've seen them always never say die attitude, that chase back desire to keep themselves in with the fight of the game, and you know, no slouches. Certainly, I'm sure we will see a comeback from them at some point in the near future.
Yes, we would expect so. Ducking out of the tackle and getting around the outside. There's that big handoff, and well, there's no doubt about the score there, is there? It was tight, but he got that. So Stonyhurst with the restart, and they've claimed it well. Prior Park challenging in there for it. They've got this big lad, the number 8. He's going to draw the tacklers. Now they work some good shapes in midfield there, Stonyhurst. Lovely out the backdoor pass. Now they've got a winger wide. Got a nice bit of pace and technique here, Stonyhurst, but that was a floated pass that was desperately, or rather asking to be intercepted. Prior Park nearly managed to get hold of it, but they do still have possession. The referee says that the fumble from it went backwards, so we play on. Now then, that's out. Stonyhurst come herring through and throw a boot through it, but that's gone over the dead ball line into our Curry Motors advertising stand, and we'll come back for the 22 dropouts.
Well, I think you have to go back a couple of moments in play there to that restart. What a restart that was. We've noted it earlier on in the tournament, saying how vital it is that teams get the ball back at that possession, and Stonyhurst there certainly showing plenty of aerial hang time on the restart, and also great ability in the air to catch the ball.
Here come Prior Park, trying to create some room. Pass couldn't be held, but he managed to put boot to ball, and now he's chasing the ball across the field. The chase is on from Stonyhurst. It's not sitting up kindly for him, but he did well to grab hold of it and not knock it on. Wasn't easy, but now Stonyhurst with the chance to drive through the ruck. Now it's been knocked backwards. Stonyhurst under a bit of pressure on their own line. They come wide. Now there's an opportunity for the turnover. Penalty played to Pryor Park. Referee could almost have let that carry on there because the steal had happened, but Stonyhurst have got to get back 10 yards now. What can Pryor Park do from just outside the Stonyhurst 22? Running it back to where the penalty was taken.
Stonyhurst defence, they're using the 7-up tactic. As we go on, we can talk differently about different types of defence, and they're using 7-up. They're not allowing any room for error or any room for the opposition to run at them. So good pressure in defence there, and obviously it's constituted in a turnover once more.
Stonyhurst trying to make room to get out of their 22. They've coughed that up. The referee was just there to see that that's gone forward.
Just becoming a little bit scrappy. Just need to put their foot on it a little bit and go back to basics now. Stonyhurst, the wraparound they've used quite a few times. They've moved the ball quite a few times, and it's just starting not to pay off for them. So go back to basics would be my recommendation, and get themselves back into that vein of running they were before their previous score.
Oh, there go Pryor Park round the fringes of the scrum.
Well, we talk about great defence, and that was poor defence there by the sweeper. He just over-chased and allowed the Pryor Park player to easy footwork, step back inside, and with no cover support on his inside there, easy score under the posts.
So this conversion could put Pryor Park into the lead, and it will. Pryor Park 7, Stonyhurst 5. Little step was just enough to get rid of the defender. And Pryor Park in for the try and into the lead on the scoreboard. Restart gathered in. Stonyhurst number 6 bundled to ground by the Pryor Park tacklers. They look left. They've got just 2 Stonyhurst players to 3 Pryor Park defenders there. Then there's a little switch of play in the middle. And then number 2 has drawn the men. Stonyhurst doing the right things here to create the extra man, and that's really good sevens play in their own half, but the chase is on, and I think the tackler's going to get there. He hauls him down. Really good work, but the man who's tackled the player has not released him at all. Referee is calling the penalty, I think, to Stonyhurst.
A cynical play. That should really be a yellow card. I know we don't want to have any negativity at schoolboy rugby, but that really was cynical play, and he should be shown the yellow card for that there at the breakdown. However, in contrast, great attacking play by Stonyhurst, and we see it again. Their footwork sets them right and gives them another 5 points.
Well, lovely bit of individual skill against a tiring Pryor Park midfield there. And the conversion puts Stonyhurst into the lead. Referee blows the whistle for half-time. Chris Cratnell, your thoughts?
Well, I was just going to add there that I thought Stonyhurst, in contrast to their previous play where they got caught underneath their own post by Pryor Park and it got converted into a try for them, they managed to build a really fantastic rugby 7 score there by moving the ball, drifting off the pass and running into space and not necessarily getting caught up as they had done before and bogged down with running into players in attack. They moved the ball nicely through the hands, moved the ball to space early, and then found their gas man out wide, and that's what put them in that excellent position, which eventually ended in a try.
Well, great analysis, thank you, Chris. Half-time score then, Pryor Park 7, Stonyhurst 12. So a place in the next round of the competition for either of these sides. Who will it be? Stonyhurst getting restarted. Oh, and then just a little knock on from Prior Park. Could open the door for Stonyhurst. They're behind by a score. Referee not happy and blows for the penalty to Stonyhurst. Little wraparound run was well spotted by the Prior Park defence, who didn't miss number. Oh, Stonyhurst, that player was going to ground. He did well to get the ball away. He wasn't held in the tackle, and then the support runner, and he'll get over. Number 8 touches down, and conversion will put the red and white striped Stonyhurst ahead.
Starting to go the way of Stonyhurst here, isn't it? Especially if they get this kick, which he duly does. And their attack is starting to break down the Prior Park defence somewhat. Prior Park looking a little bit at 6s and 7s, looking around across the field. It needs one of their players, one of their senior players now to step up and take a stranglehold to get themselves back into this matchup.
Take the ball, Stoney, come on.
You can see good intent there with the Stonyhurst restart. They're trying to put it on their big tall forward on the far side of the field, just going a little bit too far, just getting a bit too much of a good connection, pushing it into touch. Advantage now falls into the hands of Prior Park. Hopefully let's see them get back into this matchup. The lad with the scrum hat there and the flashy boots certainly has been a player for them at the beginning of the tournament, so let's see what we've got from them. As I say, he duly kicks out and looks like he's going to go to length. Brilliant outside break, good fend as well. Any young budding rugby players watching out there, and certainly one skill set that you require in the game of sevens is a good outside break like that and a good strong fend, and certainly knows his way to the try line, the young lad from Prior Park.
(12-19) the score then, with the conversion to come. Conversion goes awry. 7 points the difference. Prior Park know that they've got to get into it, but there's the handoff from the young man, and he's off up the touchline. Over for the score. Stonyhurst still has a lovely bit of footwork. He threw his defender one way and went the other. That tackler is really holding on despite the man in possession trying to swat him away. And Stonyhurst, well, they're going to try and get away here. That's really good work. Prior Park will have been hoping to be the next ones on the score sheet to tie things up with a converted try, but they've not managed to, because Stonyhurst have got over for their 4th try, and they're on to the 24-point mark. Conversion to come.
I wouldn't say the game is done and dusted there. The Prior Park heads have certainly gone, and Stonyhurst look to be moving through this round and this matchup quite comprehensively after a fair bit of an arm wrestle in the first half. So it's good to see them just powering through and powering on to the latter stage of the tournament.
Well, we'd love to hear from you on Twitter via hashtag RPNS7s Live, although I've just seen a news alert that might mean Twitter could break because, horror of horrors, Zayn Malik has left One Direction, Chris. I don't know how you're going to cope. I don't know whether he's going for Jeremy Clarkson's job at Top Gear. 2 pieces of news breaking today. Are they inextricably linked? I wouldn't
Jeremy
be the one
Clarkson's
to tell you.
more my era, so
yeah.
that's probably going to have more of an effect on my life on Sunday night viewing than somebody leaving a band I've never heard of.
Never heard of? Now come on. Prior Park breaking away. They're wanting to make a match of this in the closing stages. Getting up to 17. Knocks over the conversion quick smart. So now there is just a converted try in it. If Prior Park can get possession back from the restart. A little bit of tomfoolery going on there. Not quite sure what that's all about. Referee ready for the restart.
Park need to make this restart count. Oh, he scuffed it slightly. So advantage Stonyhurst. Prior Park need to get the ball back as soon as possible. They are still in this game if they can get a score.
Yes, they certainly would be. Stonyhurst trying to create here.
Stonyhurst just need to keep hold of possession. Don't do anything too stupid. Nothing to give away. Just keep hold of possession. Keep the ball alive. Run the clock down nicely. Doing just that there.
Good little bits of small, safe interplay passing. Not risking too much. Now then, 2 Prior Park players in on the tackle. Number 8 has no problem getting that ball to ground, but he's got to release it when he does get to ground, and they've turned possession over to Prior Park. To get it to the big quick man on the wing. Now then, he gets away. If they can stop him scoring in the middle, this will be crucial. They do.
Well, I dare say, and I've said it before, hands are often better than a missed pass, and I think if they'd have done just shrewdly moved the ball down the touch, down to their winger there, they'd have put him away a bit clearer, so he could have got under the post and made the conversion a lot easier. A lot of pressure on this kick coming up.
There certainly is. This to tie the scores. I know that our production clock has gone red, so we wonder whether the referee's clock is also out of time. Oh, it's not a great connection, and it goes wide. It's a valiant effort from Prior Park as we just have a little look at that last score. Great speed from Prior Park. The tap tackle wasn't enough, but they knew that if they kept him out of scoring under the post that they'd be able to look after that lead. They've won by 2 points, Stonyhurst. It's a final score in our Pool C, Pool D winners, taking place in the last round of 30 in the festival competition of Prior Park 24. But they'll be out because it's Stonyhurst with 26 who progress. So the next match is our last match, and it is our 3rd final of the week. It is the Colts final between Eton and Reigate, and we'll be bringing that to you very, very shortly. The teams just doing their final warm-ups and having their final moments of coaching. Following that, we'll have the presentations, so do stay with us on the live stream in association with Serious Stuff, coming to you from Rosslyn Park, HSBC National School Sevens. Be back with you in just a moment. So after a day or an afternoon of knockout competitions in the Colts tournament, it comes down to this final match. Eton working their way through to the final with a 26-19 win over Millfield. Reigate an impressive 28 points to 12 win over Stowe. And the two sides make their way onto the field. Eton on the left of your picture in the faded, more sky blue, and Reigate in the blue and white. This the showpiece event of the day, the Colts final. And the two teams just prepare for kick-off. Reigate, they played some beautiful stuff in their semi-final, it has to be said. On the form of these two teams, I would perhaps say that they might edge it, but Eton had a pretty tough game against Millfield that they managed to come through. So both of these sides with real credit in the bank towards winning this final. Chris Cracknell, I'll pop you on the spot. Which way is this one going to go?
No pressure there then. Having watched both games, both teams play earlier on today, I have to put my money on Reigate for this one. Eton look good, and they're certainly their gas man out on the far touchline there has got some pace to burn, but to think Reigate is just a more complete team as we saw them come through their semi-final match-up earlier.
Eton then get the final started. You're watching the live stream from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. My name's Nick Heath, alongside me Chris Cracknell, and Reigate have possession. They're in the stronger blue colour and the white. Eton in the all sky blue colour. And Reigate look to try and get through. That's a good pass back inside. He knew the support runner was there, and that's the sort of team play that we've come to see from Reigate. But they've got a man right out there on the wing, and keeping the width is going to be key for them, and he's got an absolute load of pace. Gets around the last man from Eton, and that width is going to win you matches. Great opening score.
Talked about the gas man from Eton, and Julie, the Reigate gas man, steps up to the plate and puts one over on him. Reigate, as I said, coming through their semi-final that we viewed earlier on, they are a complete team in my eyes. Their starts are really good. They get under the ball, and in attack they're always looking to follow and support, as well as keeping good width in attack, as well as keeping good width in defence, on the contrary to that. So hopefully, if I am and my prediction serves me correct, we should see Reigate change up the gears now.
Chris Cracknell and his crystal ball. We shall see. Plenty of time left in this one though, and we know how quickly games of sevens can turn. Eton 0, Reigate 5 in the opening minute or two. Eton collect the ball from the restart. Couldn't quite find it wide there, and then Reigate with a strong tackle, but players coming in off their feet to try and secure the ball, so it's a penalty to Eton. Reigate tried to find that pass out wide, but Reigate man was there to stop it. Now is that ball out? We were talking to Paul Hodgson earlier about a scrum half's desire to tell the referee when the ball's out rather than the other way around. But this could be another chance for Reigate. Steaming in under the post. They're looking so fresh still at this stage of the competition, and that's really impressive from them. Try number 2.
They're certainly full of running, and they've certainly got a lot of support on their touchline over there. There's a few senior members of the school obviously come down to support this Colts outfit, and Reigate, like we say, full of running, looking refreshed, don't look like they've skipped a beat so far.
Great play from Reigate. They've got speed in several areas of the field, as Chris Cracknell said, and as Paul Hodgson was saying to us earlier. So crucial to have threats running from different positions. I know one man who may be a little happy watching this one, Brendan Gallagher, if he's still tuning into this. Fellow rugby journalist and former Reigate man. Well, Reigate have got off to a good start, but they're going to have to defend here, and Eaton into touch. He looks over his shoulder there, desperately hoping that that flag on the far side from the assistant referee wasn't up, and it was.
Yeah, the young lad there certainly got bags of pace. Unfortunately, known away to the touchline, not the try line. And Cardinal sin in sevens. It's a turnover. Possession now goes back to Reigate. Eaton need to keep hold of possession. They keep coughing it up, and they're unable to go through the phases.
Incidentally, mentioning the assistant referee on the far side, of the 5 officials in this game, they have only a combined age of 99, spread between 5 of them. There are 3 18-year-olds on this pitch, a 19-year-old and a 23-year-old. So great to see a tournament like this giving the opportunity for younger officials also to gain more experience. Reigate looking after the ball well, although just as I say that, it's a little bit of a loose pass. Number 10 here is a very capable young man, but now this man's got pace and he's gone for the chip ahead. He's handed possession over there, and then Reigate go in to try and steal it at the breakdown. Referee's keeping a close eye on this one. It's there and available, but Eton come through. But I think there was just a knock on from a Reigate hand before Eton then knocked it on, so it will be a scrum down and a put in to Eton College.
There's a real chance there for Reigate to gain some more advantage in this game. Unfortunately, kicking the possession away, we've talked about it so much. It's so annoying to see from, you know, the game's perspective when teams kick the possession away. Reigate have got a stranglehold in this game. If they had just kept hold of possession, gone through 1 or 2 more phases, it surely would have ended in a score. So just a bit of naivety there by the young man kicking the ball away.
Big pressure scrum on Eton. Do stay with us after the conclusion of this match if you'd like to see the presentations being made to the runners-up and the winners. Maybe your son is playing in this match and you'd like to see a little more close-up of a potential celebration. Oh, now there's a penalty to Reigate. They haven't got an awful long way to go to the try line, but Eton defend well, rushing off their line there. Discipline so important here, but now Reigate looking to go wide. Good tackle on the outside, and then they're bundled into touch, and Eton like the sound of that.
Well, great defence by there. Eton lads there on their own line holding the team out, but what a defensive hit that was, blindsiding the young lad there and turned into a turnover. So it goes to show for all you guys watching out there, defence can always be turned into attack if it's good enough.
Line out, really clean and nicely taken by Eton, and they decide to boot that downfield. And now then, the chase is on after this ball. Reigate certainly have got the pace to be able to get there. Marginally, you could say the player just got back to his feet before he was tackled there. Ball is on the deck. Player has released it. Reigate eventually get numbers back there, and little number 4 looks to snipe around the corner. Oh, and then he's taken, I think, a little high. Referee's arm has gone straight out there. Reigate wanting to go quickly, but I think the referee's just going to stop things. I think the player down might have been involved in that high tackle and taken a knock in the process.
Nasty, that incident there. It's not good to see the high tackle, but correct to the referee to stop the game. Both lads going down with what seems to be head injuries, and with all the attention that's shown around that with the head case programme that the RFU have put in, it's great to see the referee stopping play instantly so the lads can get attention.
So yes, just these players getting a bit of attention. So Eton player gets back to his feet as well, so it's good to see.
Sorry. No, do it again, do it again. What was the call?
So Reigate get going again. Reigate look to me to be one of the sides that when they have a tap to go, they have something planned. They look like they know what they're going to do with it. Players running angles and reacting fast. And Reigate giving away the penalty. Oh, now then, Eton break away. Can Reigate get the chase on? They might force him into the corner. They're not going to make the tackle on him. But what they have done is pushed him wide, and in a game that's only been a 12-point game up to this point, it now becomes a 7-point game. And, well, if they can get the conversion, then it'll just be 5. But we'll see how valuable that chase wide turns out to be. Good breakaway score from Eton. Keeps them in this final. Conversion attempt is wide, so chase was valuable, but still plenty left in this one, and Eton will still fancy their chances. Half-time score is Eton 5, Reigate 12.
Live feed on me. Come on, Max. Come on. That's the first score. Henry. Lucas, go, Joe. Ready?
So second half of this absorbing Colts final gets underway through Reigate, playing in the blue and white from right to left on your picture. And that ball just knocked on in the ruck. Eton will try and make the most of it, and they manage to get round on the tiniest bit of space down that touchline, and he's got real pace, this young man. The chase is on from the Reigate number 4, but he's not going to stop him getting under the posts. And the referee right on the spot. Well, this will square things up with the conversion.
Come on, unlucky Reigate, unlucky boys, come on.
Well, we're certainly set for a thrilling and nail-biting finish to this second half here as it gets underway. Reigate just opening the door and Eton drawing it level 12-all. So hold on to your hats, we're in for a thriller.
He really didn't have much room to work with on that far touchline, did he? Tiptoed down that touchline and he was away. Nothing the Reigate chasers could do about it. So 12 points apiece. It is all square in our final game of the day. Presentations to come following this. Couple of changes being made.
Come boys, go, talking. Ollie, talking. Come on, boys.
High-hanging restart, key area of the game, and Eton win it. Start to look wide. Could hear Reigate shouting, keep it tight. Defensively, they don't want to give Eton more room. But there's a little knock on there, and Reigate will get possession.
As the clock draws down, it's time to make sure that you make every part of possession count, and Eton coughing up ball there gives the advantage over to Reigate. So interesting to see an intelligent side that we've seen them before. If they keep hold of possession and they look to build the phases and build the score, or whether they're just going to go all out and try and get it off the first phase.
Well, it's scrappy on the floor there, and it comes away in the hands of Eton. Oh, now then, it's untidy on the floor there, and it might come back on a Reigate side. That tackle potentially a little high, but referee happy for it to play on as both players were falling towards the ground. Drift defence is needed, but comes off the Eton player. It wasn't deliberate. Well, you can see what Reigate are trying to do there in run at the outside man, force him to shut in on the defender so that you can create that overlap. Is it something that you would communicate in terms of a defensive decision, whether you're shutting the defence or whether you're mirroring them or cornering them? Or just as I say that, before we hear from Chris Cracknell, you can see the tackle made on the Reigate man who was careering for the corner. Eton told to leave it, but he's coming in round the side, and that's a penalty. And here go Reigate. They tap and go. They've got 3-on-2 out there if they can commit, the tacklers. But the number 7's going to try and go. He's stopped just short, but he's allowed to reach out. And the referee awards the try. It was just a hesitation for a moment there, wasn't there?
Yeah, just a slight bit of hesitation and indecision by the referee, but it definitely was a try. And young lad there certainly knows his way to the try line. Great finish and great awareness to make sure he rolled over and placed the ball on the line.
Just to come back to that. We'll just come back to Chris Cracknell in a moment.
One more try on this, one more. Paul, one more. Ollie, one more, come on. Joe, one more, come on.
Reigate could be a crucial conversion, and he gets it. Cool under pressure for Reigate. Still enough time in this one for both sides. Reigate to extend their lead, or Eton to tie things up, but Reigate doing all they can. The extras added Now then, from the restart, Eton gather. Gets away from the first tackler. Oh, he's trying to make his way all the way here. Works some space down that touchline, and the flag is into touch, and that's a decent return for Reigate on that one, really, because they'll have possession now just inside their own half. Getting quite cold quite quickly down here at Wimbledon now as the sun has disappeared. Temperature dropping pretty sharply. Reigate managed to gather it from the line out, but not only did it go backwards off a Reigate hand, but it was touched on by Eton as well. So Reigate will get this scrum. Chris, we were going to talk about defensive shapes. Is it someone's duty to decide whether the defence is going to shut in on a line that's trying to find it wide, or will you shout, a mirror or a sort of cornering defence to mark man for man?
It depends on your defensive system. We've seen a lot of variety here with 6 and 1 and 7 up, and in terms of when you defend at 7 up, it enables you to get up a lot higher. So yes, you are looking to get up and shut the door, so to speak, whereas 6 and 1 teams often are a bit softer on the outside, trying to push teams to a touchline, or to try and put them on the touchline so they can try and get a turnover at that breakdown there. So depending on your original setup, whether it be 6 and 1 or 7 up, and also about what you're trying to implement and what ploy you're trying to play and what trap you're trying to set as well.
There we go, some great insights from a former England Sevens captain. We're here for the next 2 days. The conclusion of the festival competition tomorrow and the start of the Open tournament that will then conclude on Friday. We've also got the women's competition to look forward to as well. Down here at Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. And, well, there was a momentary flag from the touch judge, but the ball went in field, and Eton nearly getting away here. And will the last tackle be made? No, they're under the posts. This nail-biter of a final is just getting tighter and tighter. Conversion to come, will square it all up. So, another big pressure drop kick for the conversion. Easy enough without the pressure. And that is full time. 19 points apiece. It couldn't be tighter. Eton taking their opportunities well. Reigate creating some lovely stuff too. You couldn't fit a cigarette paper between the two sides at this stage. 19 points each. We said before the game we thought Reigate might shade it, but Eton have done really well. Bursting out of 3 tackles to get to the line for that score that ties things up, and now the referee will just have a word with each of the captains ahead of things getting restarted. We'll have presentations to follow as well, of course, and let us know your thoughts. Tweet us using the hashtag RPNS7sLive. Great to have your company this afternoon. So the nature of this final is that it's golden score, and what advantage, Chris Cracknell, will there be for Eton or for Reigate, the fact that Eton are the ones who kick us off for this period of extra time?
Well, I think Eton certainly have got their tails up and just make sure they can get their hands on the ball at this restart. Slight hint of a guy running in front of the ball there, so I'm sure what the referee's looking for.
No knock-ons there. It was tapped back by an Eton hand eventually to give them control, but then it's gone forward from them, and now Reigate come flooding forwards, and they've got a man on the outside who then puts the chip through. And they're chasing through now then. Can he get there before the ball goes over the line? He can't. He's into the hoarding, and are Eton going to try and get going quickly and catch Reigate cold? No, they're not.
Well, he went for it with the kick, didn't he? And I've said all day that kicking the ball away, you know, undoes your possession. And as you'll see now, Eton will go back up towards the 10-metre line, and it will be advantage them. So Reigate's opportunity has been given away by the fact that they chose to kick the ball out of the field.
Yes, of course, nearly missing the fact that the ball was kicked. It went over the dead ball line, so you come back to where the kick was kicked from, and that's why the referee has taken us right back to the 10-metre line down this 5-metre channel. Early shove from Reigate. They've got to be careful that they don't throw this away.
Well, they've compounded error and error. Usually that culminates in a try for the opposition. First away, kicking the ball away and then giving away a free kick. Cardinal sins in sevens at such small margins and opportunities, especially when it comes down to finals time.
Certainly is. Oh, lovely bit of skill from Eton there. Little rescue pass through the legs which found support. Reigate desperately tackling, but they've got to be careful they don't get pulled too short. Good tackle on the winger, but he's stepped away from one, and he should have released the ball on the floor. And is that going to be a critical penalty for Reigate?
Well, this is a fantastic opportunity for Reigate here, just outside the 22. As I said before, they've got to show patience and a bit of guile. Keep hold of the ball, do not kick it away.
Well, Reigate have run with what looked like a couple of planned moves, more than any other side I've seen so far. Come to the right-hand side. That's a good tackle from Eton. Doing their best to put the pressure on. And now penalty to Eton. Coming in from the side to try and secure that ball that was being jackled away by Eton.
Well, Reigate, who were playing some fantastic rugby in the first half and throughout the day, just seem to have lost their edge, lost their ideas, and seem to have got a bit flat-footed in their attack. Okay, they've coughed up, Eton have coughed up possession there, but another opportunity for Reigate. Let's see if they can get some of their legs running, and running rugby and flowing rugby they had earlier on in the day.
It can happen as teams get a little bit nervous or a little bit anxious to make things happen, that they do get flatter, everybody wanting the ball to try and have an impact, but it's actually the depth that is really going to carve teams up in attack.
The depth and also playing the ball into space. One thing they were doing so well in the first half, they were running into space. Both teams now just seem to have, shut up shop, reverted back to, not panicking and not panicking and not trying to do anything too silly, and in turn, consequently, not actually playing any rugby. It just gets very, very dull and boring. Pick and goes, playing into the defensive hands by running straight at people.
So Reigate now with the put into this scrum. Get the ball away. Got a man who wants to try and get outside his winger, and he puts boot to ball. Was that the right option? Where's the ball going to bounce? Oh, now that it's been knocked back, and that could be a try. Referee, I think, is just asking for a moment where he's going to consult with his official. That's very calm and brave officiating. The try scored. Reigate have done superbly. The kick through was ushered back over the line by Eton, and he couldn't touch it down, and Reigate were the quickest to react. The player involved is understandably upset with himself, but Eton have put up a valiant fight, taking the final to extra time as they chased a very confident and strong-looking Reigate side, and Reigate arguably just about deserving it on today's showing, I think, from the rugby we've seen from both sides. But that'll be very little consolation to Eton, who played some great stuff and took their opportunities well as well.
They did. They certainly had a fantastic final there, and unfortunately just a little bit of human error creeping in. I did think that Reigate a chance their arms one too many times by kicking the ball away, and we must have said it 1,000 times up here and criticised it, but that time it came off, and hard luck on the Eton side. I thought they were certainly valiant and showed great guts to keep going in that game and get themselves clawed back into it, but Reigate reigned supreme on the day.
Well, thanks once again for your watching of our live coverage. We have got the presentations coming up for you now, so do stay with us, and we will bring our runners-up Eton onto the stage and then crown the Colts winners Reigate, and that'll be in just a few moments' time, so do stay with us. Congratulations to Reigate, commiserations to Eton. And if you can't stay with us for the presentations, then don't forget to rejoin us tomorrow, where we'll be here once again from 10 o'clock or just after, as the festival competition continues and the open competition gets underway. My thanks once again to Chris Cracknell for his thoughts and analysis throughout the day here. Been great to get his professional view, and we look forward to more insights tomorrow. But let's move down to the presentation area in just a few minutes and see the cup lifted by the champions Colts, by the Colts champions, sorry, Reigate. Really was a phenomenal effort, but where there is a winner, there has to be a runner-up, and it just remains for me to say commiserations, but thanks very much. Please welcome our runners-up, Eton. Let's hear it one more time for our runners-up in the Colts tournament, Eton. So we'll just get our magic board turned around. Thanks, fellas. And I'm delighted to say that former England Sevens captain Chris Cracknell is alongside me with the Colts Cup. And well, Chris, we've been watching this tournament all afternoon, and if I could just get a quick word from you, Reigate have played some great stuff, and we certainly enjoyed that final.
No, it was a fantastic final, and I did say up in the commentary box how intelligent they seemed. That it turns out that Paul Turner, former coach of mine and also astute Wales Sevens player for Wales over the years, is at the helm. So penny hasn't fallen too far from the tree with him at the head of the helm.
Excellent stuff. Well, they certainly played as a team and were deserving winners. Please give it up for your winners of the Colts competition, Reigate! Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Colts tournament, Reigate!
Come on, guys, let's have a cheer from you. We're speech now, Lucas.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well done, boys. Excellent. Well done, gents. Go on, fellas.
So that concludes our coverage from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens for today. Do join us on the live stream again tomorrow and Friday, where we'll have the conclusions of the festival competition and the start and conclusions of the Open tournament. Thanks very much for watching our coverage today, and to everybody for taking part in the Colts competition. We'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye.